Thank you. Mr. Bibby.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt. Wait to get these maps up here on the screen just a moment for this presentation. Deputy Director Kennedy introduced me yesterday, but I'm Sean Bibby. I'm the Lands Branch Chief. Be presenting lands items to you in the future. This map here represents kind of an overall view, a zoomed out picture of the Lander region. You can see the town of Lander here. And the presentation today is on a conservation easement donation from a Mr. Carl Asbell. As you can see, these red properties here, these are properties that he's owned, and he originally donated an easement to the commission in 2018 that comprised of 396 acres. So this second easement that he's proposing to donate to the commission is a smaller piece, but it's just over 64 acres. In addition to those two easements from Mr. Asbell, we've also been donated a conservation easement from Carolyn Orr, represented in green here. So between those three parcels, you can see how they connect between state land and BLM, but the conservation easements total 543 acres. These easements are designed to prevent future subdivision and preserve the permanent wildlife habitat there. So at this time, the department's recommending that the commission move to accept this donated easement.
Sean, isn't this parcel an area that's not accessible to the public?
Mr. President, that's correct. These conservation easements are not designed for public access. They're simply designed for habitat preservation and prevent future subdivision.
Yeah, not that is a deterrent. I just wanted the new commissioners and everyone to know what that situation is.
Yep, Mr. President, that's correct.
Any questions for Sean? You look perturbed, not Ralph?
Well, Mr. President, my question would be, if the department takes over this easement, what's the annual cost of maintenance accrued by the department?
Sure. Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, the annual expense to the department is negligible. The department or the commission holds easements in the area. Monitoring is conducted annually by the Lands Branch. As you can see, this property is located only 1.25 miles southwest of the town of Lander. Lander has a regional office where our personnel are held. So it's a very short drive from that location, and it makes for easy monitoring and can be done in a matter of an hour or two in a short drive from the Lander office.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I would move to accept the donation from Mr. Asbell.
I would second that.
It's moved by Commissioner Byrd and seconded by Commissioner Roberts to accept the department's recommendation on this easement. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Kennedy. You don't look like Mr. Kennedy.
Close. Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, Eric Woltinger, Chief of Services Division. Get this slide working. And go. Quick Cody Regional Office build update for you this morning. Just to bring all the new commissioners up to speed. We executed the contract at the end of March, which we would have updated at the last commission meeting, which was canceled. We had a pre-construction meeting on last Thursday. construction meeting with BH Incorporated and some subs, Plan 1 architects, and myself and our engineer. That went well. Things are looking good. They might be out there breaking ground this morning. They were pretty excited to get things rolling. Future commission meetings will be updating on the progress of how that's going. One little concern we have is, you're aware, Mr. President, of the delay from the time we did bids until we awarded the contract. There was a big gap there. So we anticipate we'll have to amend the contract for a slight increase due to material costs. I think all of us kind of anticipated that was coming, but we have not seen it yet. And I'll stand for any questions, but things are looking good and we're getting ready to move, put some fences up and start moving earth.
Thanks, Eric. We were excited to see it. It can be great.
You bet. It's time.
Any comments, questions? You guys have any questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, good morning.
Morning.
So this is an update on the employee housing project here in Jackson. I apologize, it's going to be a little redundant. It's a quick update, but it'll be redundant with what we discussed out on the tour. But as a reminder and for the benefit of the public, at the last commission meeting, the commission approved moving forward with the project to develop employee housing on the South Park WHMA, south of Jackson. The commission set aside $9.7 million for the project. That wasn't an authorization to spend. That was just saying that we're going to go ahead and put that much money aside in the budget so that we know we have it for future expenditures. So it wasn't an authorization to spend, and we'll come back to you at commission meetings and update you on where we're at and get your approval to spend money. And in fact, I'm asking this morning for approval to spend up to $35,000. What this will do for us is, as we discussed out on the tour, you did approve moving forward on 2 test wells. That has gone out to bid. We have the bids now. I'm in the process of going through those with Plan 1 Architects and Jorgensen Associates here out of Jackson. We're checking out this low bid, which came in pretty much right where we were estimating it to come in at. But I'll update you on that once we make that decision. This will allow us to continue the engineering and the architectural work that we need to get us completed through the test wells, and also all the permitting associated with the project. So that includes some surveys that have to be done on the project area. Of course, we won't move forward on those until we know the water comes back good. So there'll be a little delay on that. But this will allow us to keep Plan 1 Architects and Jorgensen Associates here out of Jackson working for us to prepare all the documents that we need to move forward with the county and the community and all other permits with the other agencies for the project. So as a reminder, and again for the public, our phase 1 would include the construction of 6 housing units. One of those would be for multiple employees, contract employees that we have here in the Jackson area to use. And then phase 2 would be up to another 6 units if necessary. So we'll kind of evaluate that after phase 1. Phase 1 will include all the infrastructure needed for a phase 2 in the future if we move forward with that. And that is it. So we would appreciate your approval to spend money finally on the project to get all of this done. That should get us to the point where this will be handed over to our services division so that they can start working on the RFP for actual construction of the housing units. So that's the update on the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, you have those maps that were in the books for the tour, and I didn't hand those back out. But it's that part of South Park that's up along the highway. We're hoping to keep it about 10 acres, keep it in an area that's, pretty much disturbed by the highway and other things. And we think that we can pull this project off, as the commission has asked us to, in a way that does not conflict with the purpose of the wildlife habitat management area. So we feel good about that. As another quick update, then I'll make a recommendation here. Starting tomorrow afternoon, We're going to be meeting with a whole bunch of people starting Thursday afternoon, including all county commissioners, and that'll carry on to Friday. Meeting with all the county commissioners and also meeting with the director, planning director of the county, Teton County. So our intent there is you've asked the department to ensure that we have a streamlined process through Teton County. We still have that commitment from the county. So we're going to get with them and go through the project in detail and make sure that's as smooth as possible. And then we're meeting with some other stakeholders as well while we're here in Jackson. So with that, Mr. President, members of the commission, we would recommend that the commission approve spending up to $35,000 for all the permitting and all the necessary work to get us to where we're at the stage of RFP for construction.
All right, thanks, John. I appreciate your efforts and the department's efforts to take us on a tour of that area the other day. It was very enlightening, and it was good to see it in real time as opposed to a map. So thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion. I would move that the department spend up to the $35,000 as requested to continue engineering and architect work on the Jackson housing project.
Okay, this will be for drilling a water well. Right?
Yeah, this is the water.
And
Right.
other permits.
And the permits, yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Who did? It's moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig to approve the department's recommendation to go forward on the South Park engineering and well drilling. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep you posted.
All right, thanks a lot. Chief King?
Good morning, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. Today I'm going to present the department's recommendation for allocation of licenses to the One Shot and the Women's Foundation pronghorn hunt. So for a little bit of background for new commissioners, the legislature authorizes the commission to issue a certain number of licenses to groups for these special one-shot hunts. And so in the statute, it allows for up to 160 licenses to be issued to no more than 2 groups. And then in regulation, we further define how that process works. And so in regulation, we require the groups to submit an application. Those applications are good for up to 3 years. And the commission has already approved 2 applications for the One Shot group out of Lander and then the Women's Foundation hunt out of Ucross. That's been approved, but the regulation also allows the commission to annually review the licenses that those groups request and allows you to make a determination on an annual basis how many licenses they'll get up to the 80 per group. And so with that, the department's recommendation is provided in your handout. You can see that we allocate these licenses to the group by hunt area. So there are 5 hunt areas for the One Shot group out of Lander and 5 hunt areas for the Wyoming Women's Antelope hunt out of Ucross. And with that, I will stand for any questions that you might have. And I know we have some commenters for this agenda item.
Any questions or comments from the commission first? At this time, anyways. The areas that are applied for these areas, have they been modified, or is the recommendation, what's the quota recommendation for these areas?
President Doobie, members of the commission, so in terms of the department's quota?
Right. For like areas, what is it, 65, 66, 67, all those, are they the same as last year, or they've been changed, or?
President Doobie, members of the commission, so the Lander hunt areas, the quotas are unchanged from last year. And for the Wyoming Women's Antelope hunt, there were some reductions in the region's recommended quota, which you'll approve here shortly when Deputy Chief Brimmeyer gets up here. But for the Wyoming women's antelope hunt, I believe those hunt areas are still at, even with the reductions in licenses, those will be 100% drop at residents in the first choice.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, I guess we have some comments from the public. First up, Rob Shaw. Well, if he comes online before this is over, we'll hear him. Second up is Mr. Jeff Murator.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, member of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'd like to speak about the 80 tags that are allocated to the one-shot hunt in Lander. The one-shot uses 24 licenses for their competition hunt. They have 8 teams of 3. The other 56 licenses, they are allowed to allocate as they please. Those licenses can go to anyone. Apparently, in the past, they use the 56 licenses for past shooters who have previously participated in the hunt. Now, many of those past shooters have had an antelope license in a premium hunt area for 12 or more years in a row. Now, recently I was going through some papers and I found an old, this is a 1983 map, antelope area map for Wyoming. And in 1983, in those 5 areas, there were 2,100 any antelope licenses available and 2,100 doe fawn tags available. The proposed seasons for those areas in 2021 are 1,250 any tags and no doe fawn tags. So over the years, while the one-shot continues to get 80 licenses, the numbers of antelope tags go down, and regular hunters, whether they be resident or non-resident, have a tougher draw to get those licenses. There's more demand for them, and there's less licenses available. I would ask the commission to consider allowing the one-shot only their 24 licenses so they can have their hunt, and the other 56 licenses should be spread out evenly within those areas for regular hunters to draw.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up is Vicki Hutchinson.
Hi, President Dubay and Commissioners Roberts, Jolovich, and Lundvall. I'd like to welcome everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for consideration of our license this morning. I also have with me Carl Asbell and Darren Hubble, who want to talk to you for just a minute about the one-shot antelope hunt and our licenses.
This is Darren Hubble, one-shot president, and at this point in time, I mean, we have hunt scheduled, and we pretty much need all 80 tags. We are actually probably going to have either 1 to 2 additional teams so we can facilitate adding the women to our hunt and, you know, some other issues. So we want to make sure we have our tags for that. And then our past shooters, when they come back, like I said, that helps us to raise money. So we've worked on that about other issues and venues to try to raise additional monies for Water for Wildlife. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, we have, you know, our hunt is scheduled to go, and we have, everything's already been issued and out. So we really need all 80 tags.
Thank you. You still on there?
Yes, we are.
All right, well, continue on.
Well, I'd like to also call attention to the fact that this hunt is a huge economic boom to the community of Lander. According to a lot of the people that keep track of our city, we are the second biggest moneymaker in the town of Lander. And a lot of this money comes from out of state into the state of Wyoming. This past year, we approved every single Wyoming project that was submitted to us and funded it to the tune of $40,500. Our board of directors is working very hard to try to look at other ways that we can raise money with our license and add more to that conservation fund that we use for the state of Wyoming. We have all venues booked. We have caterers booked. We have people coming in many cases from out of state, and they've made hotel reservations. And of course, we've made all kinds of reservations for the venues here in the city of Lander. Everybody is looking forward to it. We embrace the community. We always try to be great community partners. And in addition, I think it's good to consider the amount of wildlife conservation work we do for those 80 licenses that we receive. I would like to think that we actually add to the antelope population by the number of licenses per person, raising money to put back into guzzlers, vehicle messaging, all kinds of projects to preserve and give back to wildlife conservation. And in addition to all the conservation work, as you know, we do a partnership with Wyoming Game and Fish on 2 interns for the summer, 1 for the fall, 3 total, and we invest about $20,000. All of this funding comes from the hunt for the most part. Yes, we diversify because our demand has gotten much bigger for conservation work and for internships. So we do sponsorships, we do donations, we do golf tournaments, we do auctions, all those things. But to decrease these licenses would greatly decrease our ability to do the conservation work and the wildlife conservation education work we do in the state of Wyoming. And I think, is Carl Asbell on maybe? I think he also wanted to speak. Oh.
He's not online?
Do you have any questions for me? I think I presented at the last meeting and explained a lot of what we do and what we're about. And you each should have received some information from me about the work that we're doing in your individual districts.
Any questions for Vicki?
President Doobie, I have one
Commissioner Roberts?
question. What percentage of in-state hunters compared to what percentage of out-of-state hunters does the one shot have?
Okay, Darren Hubble from Hunt Club wants to talk about that.
So to answer that, normally we only have 3 in-state hunters. And sometimes that varies because that's the governor, either a hunt club member that has done dedicated a lot of work or past president, and then one of the governor's guests. And that's usually what is from the state of Wyoming. Very rarely do we have another Wyoming team. I think that's happened like 2 or 3 times since we've had the hunt. Most of it is all out of state. So we actually bring in out of state money in to try to develop and get better projects going. So.
And how much money does it usually drive?
Well, our auctions, probably 50 to 60. The hunt itself, we make, let's see, what would that? We do $50,000 in conservation. We did 20 in internships. So each tag also makes $3,000 for the city of Lander when you look at hotels, food, housing, venues, entertainment, all those kind of things. So each year the hunt brings in, I'd say, about $150,000, and that would be depending on the attendance, because that can vary from year to year.
And how are these folks notified to become a member of the one-shot hunt? How are they selected?
So what we do is they just apply into us and tell us how much they're interested in conservation for wildlife, being willing to participate in the Water for Wildlife, which is an additional program above the one shot. And we're like a feeder program for it is what we are. And then therefore, when they come, I mean, they just fill out some paperwork, tell us who they are, what they do, and pretty much why they are interested in becoming involved in Water for Wildlife so that we can pick and designate these teams.
I'd also like to add to that, when a possible new hunter puts in a challenge, there are a couple of things that we look at for selection. One of the biggest things that we look at for selecting a new hunter is their willingness and ability to support the conservation work of Water for Wildlife. We also are looking for people who enjoy the sport of big game hunting and the camaraderie with other people who enjoy the sport of big game hunting. But one of our biggest criteria is, are they willing, and does their history show that they support wildlife conservation? Because we fully realize that wildlife conservation is the biggest part of what we do. And yes, the hunt is fun. It brings in lots of people from out of state, lots of dollars from out of state. But our biggest thing right now is to give back to wildlife conservation in any way that we can.
Any other questions for the Lander one-shot folks?
Mr. President, I do have a question for
Roll
Vicki
call.
or perhaps Daryl, and for the benefit of the new commissioners. I didn't realize this early in my tenure, but the Water for Wildlife Foundation is a regional or national outfit, and all the money that's raised from the Lander One Shot 2 projects doesn't all go into Wyoming projects. So my question would be to Vicki, what percentage of the funds that you raise actually stay in Wyoming and go to Wyoming projects?
That's a great
Half?
question.
Quarter, 10%?
No, that's a great question. And years in the past, and we've been established since 1975, there were a lot of projects out of state, not a lot, but some. A lot of our funding came from out of state. And as time has gone on in the past 3 years, and I can send you some information on this, we have spent more than 80 to 90% of all dollars raised on projects and internship directly into the state of Wyoming. For example, this year, we invested $50,000 in just wildlife conservation work. Of that 50,000, 41,000 went into the state of Wyoming. And that's not counting the 20,000 that we give to the state of Wyoming for our internship program. We also operate a wildlife conservation education museum that's open to the public and has the potential to educate people coming in, young school kids, those kind of things. It's set up with interactive learning experiences for all to learn about conservation work. And Darren, did you have something?
Yeah, and that was all based on, you know, with not having a hunt last year, so it was a little tougher to raise funds since we couldn't have a hunt because of COVID.
And I will say that this year, we funded every single project that was submitted to us from the state of Wyoming. We turned nobody down. And also our projects are actually selected by the experts at Wyoming Game and Fish here in Lander. We do a grant system where on January 1st through 31st, anybody who would like to submit a grant for our help on funding one of their projects submits it to us. After all of our grants are received, the habitat biologist, Amy Anderson, who's been wonderful to work with, actually takes each project and goes through them and selects the ones that she feels like is the best benefit to wildlife and the most benefit for the dollars spent. So to answer your question, every time we get a project, we fund it from Wyoming. Now, sometimes we have projects submitted from other states and we don't have projects submitted from Wyoming. I think each of you received a letter about the water projects we funded from your district, and there were some districts that we did not receive applications for funding from. So I encourage you to talk to the constituents in your district and have them apply for funding from us, because we fund Wyoming projects and that is our priority.
Any more questions for the one-shot group? Okay, thank you very much. I understand Mr. Shaw's on the line now.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Rob Shaw. Trump can't be there today. I'm on spring break, so I'm not in the county, but I'm the founder of Mountain Pursuit, and we're opposed to any more tags for the Lander one shot. The vast majority of these tags go to non-resident hunters. In our study over 10 years, 93% of them went to non-resident hunters. And because of the past Shooters Club and how that's set up, there were 45 men who had received of that 10 years a tag without applying through the Wyoming Game and Fish Department through the one shot for 5 years. And 6 non-resident tags had received through the past Shooters Club a tag every year. This is blatantly unfair to the other hunters who put in for tags. It's blatantly unfair to Wyoming residents. The money that's raised from this until recently, just based on that testimony, very little of that was raised and went to conservation. We believe this is some type of social club, and the benefit from the tags in terms of conservation is minimal, and the impact to the fairness for people put in for antelope tags, especially Wyoming residents, is just blatantly unfair. So we're against any tags going to Lander one shot.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Shaw? All right, I'd like to, anything more from the department? For the benefit of the new commissioners, this is a legislative issue. Oh, we have another one? Oh, well, I didn't have that on here, so sorry. What'd she say? Oh, Buzz. Okay. Buzz, are you on there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, and good morning. So my name is Buzz Heddick, and I live in Laramie, Wyoming, and I have spoken to the commission on this topic several times in the past. I would like today to ask you not to approve the full 80 licenses for the Lander one-shot hunt. And my reason for opposing these licenses revolves around around the North American model in regard to license allocation. And one of the tenets of that model is regarding the equal access to the public's wildlife resources. And specifically, the tenet says, and I quote here, public access to wildlife, regardless of social or economic status, including hunting and fishing and trapping, is a right of citizenship. And there's another part of this too, that says, another tenet that, the states have an obligation to issue licenses for a non-frivolous use. And the model says that in North America, we can legally kill certain wildlife for legitimate purposes under strict guidelines for food and fur, in self-defense or property protection. The one-shot hunt is allocating the public access for nothing more than a hunting contest and denying equal access to all citizens and favoring a social and economic status of 80 people over all other resident and non-resident hunters. It's incredibly unfair to ask all other residents and non-resident hunters to apply year after year to draw their tags while handing tags to 80 members of an exclusive club. In my opinion, hunting needs to be inclusive and not inclusive. I would also like to draw your attention to two other programs that the Wyoming Game and Fish, as well as the Commission, have asked sportsmen to get behind to promote hunting and fishing. The Director's Own Inspire a Kid program and R3, which is retain, reactivate, and recruit hunters. What we must have to promote these wonderful programs is the ability to have equal access to drawing permits. We cannot accomplish these without tags, and it's not very inspiring for anyone when exceptions are made to access to our public wildlife resources. A wiser and more equitable use of these 80 tags would be to give them out in an open draw so that families, friends, young, old, new hunters can all have an equal chance at these tags. And by doing so, that would in fact inspire kids and continue the work of R3. However, I also understand that compromise is a necessity of any discussion. In fairness to the one-shot hunt, rather than ask the Commission to cut all 80 tags this year, I would recommend allocating the 24 tags for the upcoming hunt. I would ask to cut the 56 tags that are not part of the actual one-shot hunting competition for the 2021 season that are given to the Pass Shooters and the Pass Shooters Club. This would allow the one-shot hunt to adjust to having to draw their tags for their hunt in 22 and beyond, the same as I have to draw them, my family has to draw them, my non-resident friends have to draw, my resident friends have to draw, and my resident family all have to draw. We have financially supported the Game and Fish for decades and do not and will not ever ask for a special allocation of tags. We only ask for the fair and equitable distribution of the public's wildlife resources and the ability to apply equally with all other hunters. And finally, if the Commission does vote to approve all 80 tags, I would ask that the Commission make these 80 tags only valid for the 2-day one-shot event only. I would also ask that all tags issued are issued at the special non-resident license fee to increase funding to the Game and Fish Department. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Any questions for Buzz? Hey, thank you very much, sir. Any more questions or discussion?
Mr. President, I would, for my clarification, question for Chief King. Just for clarification, as we're seeing reduction, as we're going to see proposed reduction in antelope tags statewide. In these hunt areas of 65, 66, 67, 68, and 106, there's no reduction in quotas for those hunt areas to the general public.
President Doobie, Commissioner Brokaw, that's correct. So the proposal that you will see shortly in Chapter 5 for your approval, the quotas that are in there for those hunt areas are the same quotas that were there last year. There weren't any reductions in this quota from last year's season.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ladwig?
Chief King, is that the same for the 10, 15, 16, 17, and 109 for the women's hunt?
President Doobie, Commissioner Ladwig, those hunt areas up there do have some reductions. I don't have the exact figures with me, but those hunt areas did see some reductions in pronghorn license numbers that you'll see in Chapter 5 for your approval. However, I'm certain that those hunt areas will still have 100% draw for residents in their first choice, even with those reductions.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, hold on a second.
President Doobie, if I could make one small correction. So there was a slight reduction in area 67 from 250 licenses last year to 225 licenses this year. That's the one reduction in type 1 licenses for those 500 areas.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Brokaw?
this being in my region, I get a lot of email about this hunt, and I'm struggling with full allocation of 80 licenses. In my area, there's going to be a proposed lot of reduction. And I think if those hunters are suffering some reductions, I'm not comfortable giving the full 80 licenses to the one shot. I'd like to hear some more discussion, perhaps from you or the director or Chief King on, I know we statutorily have to allocate some licenses, but to keep it fair and equitable, I'd like some more discussion on some potential solutions.
Actually, this is designated by the legislature. However, it says that we may, and the one caveat is regarding a biological reason. So if there are significant reductions in an area or in a region, that we would be justified in not necessarily allotting all the licenses. So at this point in time, is my understanding is the way this is. So we do have latitude. It's not a guaranteed thing. It is up to the commission to decide whether or not biologically we should sustain the license issued or not. So we do have that caveat. As you can see, each hunt, the one shot and the women's antelope hunt, are issued by area. So, you do have the potential if you so desire, if the commission so desire, you could say, we're going to issue X amount of licenses, such and such area, there'll be less than that. You could do that. We could do whatever we desire to do. But just keep in mind, this was not designed by the Game and Fish Department. This was designed by the legislature and their intent. So it's not something we just can willy-nilly decide we can or can't do. We have to have reason.
Correct.
Well, Mr. President.
Mr.
just
Byrd?
For my clarification, even if we cut some from these hunts, those tags don't necessarily go out and are added to the general draw, are they?
That's correct. Commissioner Lundvall?
Thank you, President. Due to my personal involvement with the Wyoming Women's Antelope Hunt, I'd just like to go on record that I will be abstaining from the vote today.
Thank you. What's your pleasure? Any questions or comments or need more information from the department or anyone else? This is why we get the big bucks.
Attaboy. I'll let Richard make the motion.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Byrd?
I would move that we go with the department recommendations and allocate the antelope licenses to all those areas as they asked.
Your second?
I'll second that.
It's moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig to accept the department's recommendation regarding the one shot and the women's antelope hunt. Discussion. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, it's been passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to recognize Representative Schwartz. Thank you for being here. We appreciate that. Thank you. Next up, number 10. Here we go. Let's take a little 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, please. Mr. Brimmeyer.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity to present our annual proposed regulations for hunting seasons. And before we get into that, I wanted to give you a little overview of the cycle of setting hunting seasons and what we do as managers to develop hunting seasons during the year. And so if I get into a tough spot today, I have some support behind me with our regional supervisors from across the state. And I also may need to call on former Commissioner Anselmi because he's an old hand at this and he might be able to help me walk through some of these regulations. So the last time I was in this room, I had my truck in here. So quite a few years ago, this was the maintenance area for the dealership here. And we'll have a little delay on this, but so as you know, with COVID-19 pandemic, we did not hold in-person meetings this year. And in place of that, we held our regional managers posted online presentations. I think you all have gotten a copy of those in the packet. We also did Q&A sessions online, and we covered any questions that the public may have regarding those hunting seasons. So just to give you a perspective on how we look at our hunting seasons throughout the year, it's actually a year-long process, and it takes public input throughout the year from a number of stakeholders, from landowners, sportsmen's groups, publics, and from a wide variety of people that have interest in our regulations. And so if you look at that first bullet, of course, shows that there's public input at that stage throughout the year and whenever our personnel are out in collecting data or talking with our publics. Starting in January, as Jenny said yesterday, we have APA procedures that we follow. And so we notify the governor's office and the LSO in January that we're going to be reviewing regulations. In January and February, we analyze the harvest data. And also in January and February, the regions are beginning to develop their proposals. Scott and Rick and I and the regional supervisors provide a review in March. And then we have our public meetings in mid to late March. And that includes those online presentations that you guys had received on that Google Drive. Again, there's public input. This year, that was March 23rd through April 2nd. And then following that, the regions review that public comment. We edit our seasons as appropriate, and that occurs in early April. And then we do another final review with the regional supervisors, Scott, Rick, and I do, in kind of the middle of April. And then that brings us back to this point right where we're at today is we have our commission meeting. And again, after each regulation today, there'll be another opportunity for the public to provide input. Just to give you a perspective too on what our managers did this year, since they started formulating their seasons following the first of the year, they made 11 changes to Chapter 5. They had 9 changes to Chapter 6, which is the deer season. 5 is antelope. 9 changes to Chapter 7, the elk seasons, and then they made 1 change to the moose seasons, Chapter 8. And those are mostly season dates, quotas. So if a public talked to some of our field managers or landowners, they would go back, look at their data, and then they would make some modifications to the seasons. And so that basically brought us up to March 23rd when we had the formal public comment period start. And so across the state, we have all of our populations are broken into herd units. And so for pronghorn, I'm not going to go through each of these columns, but we have 40 different pronghorn herds, 37 mule deer, 5 whitetail deer herds, 35 elk, 10 moose herds, 10 bighorn sheep, 2 mountain goat herds, and then 1 bison herd. And those herd units are a discrete geographic area, if you will. And that's the area that population needs throughout the whole year to move during seasonal movements, to find all the resources they need to survive during that year. And this example is just a herd unit over by Cody. It's the gooseberry elk herd. And so the herd unit is the colored area, but then within that area, it's broken up by the hunt areas. And then managers develop their hunting seasons based on those movements and what those populations are doing within that hunt area. And so what you'll see in the regulation is you'll see that there's different types of licenses offered in the regulation. So there's a general license and there's limited quota license, the 2 basic types. And the general license, of course, no limit on the number of hunters. It decreases you have to have a decreased season length because you have so many people that can actually go participate in that hunt. But it offers the hunters the greatest flexibility. So if you have a general license in Jackson and you look something up in the eastern part of the state that is also a general license area, you can drive over there and hunt that area as well. So the problem, I guess, with that is that there is a little bit of a decreased hunter success because there's more people that are traveling around and hunting in those general license areas. Limited quota hunting areas are just as the name denotes, it limits the number of people that can participate in that hunt by a specific number. And so it's reduced hunter numbers, and therefore you have greater success, and we can typically manage for less effort by those hunters to be successful. We can run season length a little bit longer. These areas typically have a real high hunter success or hunter satisfaction. The problem with it is it has reduced chances to draw the license, as I'm sure you have heard from some of your constituents that some of these areas it's hard to draw a license in, and we have a number of those around the state. Often these areas are restricted to a smaller geographic area as well. Within those limited quota or general seasons, you can have an any license. And if you look at your 2020 booklet there, you'll see that there's a column there that says any. And that basically allows for any sex or age of animal to be harvested And it provides a lot of opportunity, a lot of flexibility, I should say. And it allows for increased male-female ratios because hunters can actually take a cow or a female of the species when they're out hunting. Typically, there's pretty good success on those any elk or any deer seasons. In this type of scenario, there's a limited control of the harvest because you can't really tell what everybody's going to harvest. It's kind of an opportunity based. Antlered seasons really restrict the harvest to those antlered animals only. It can, again, be used in both limited quota and general seasons. It reduces hunter densities because a lot of people want to put meat in the freezer, and so they may look for areas where the opportunity is a little higher. And typically this type of season structure is adopted to allow the population to start increasing. Some of the negatives with this is it can decrease male-female ratios because you put all that pressure on the males, the bucks or the bulls. It reduces that hunter flexibility, and typically you see lower hunter success. One other thing that you're going to see in your regulations is what we call the APRs, and you'll see some comments from the publics as the antler point restrictions. And these are used to control the harvest on males, and it's a season that it does work to reduce pressure on a certain portion of the population. So if you think about, you'll see in your regulation, you got 3-point and 4-point seasons. If you have a 3-point season, your animals are typically some 2-year-olds and then on up. And if you adopt a 4-point season, you'll have some of those 2-year-old animals will be protected, and of course the younger animals be protected. So it allows the manager to artificially, or not artificially, but temporarily bump up the numbers of males in the population. The problem with it is it works really good on a less than a 3-year cycle. If you go beyond 3 years, what you're doing is putting all that hunting pressure just on the older age class males that reach either a 3-point or a 4-point season. So the public loves them, and it does bump those numbers up initially. But what it does is, again, is it's over time it'll reduce those bigger, larger males that are out in the hunt area. One of the other things you'll see in your regulation is there's different types. And so we have type 1s through type 9s. This example is just your full price licenses are going to be type 1, 2s, 4s, and 5s, and then reduced price 6, 7s, and 8s. And then a 9 is an archery only, or it's a specialized weapon season. So looking back at that gooseberry herd unit, you'll see this is an excerpt from this year's regulation. And so 62, 63, and 64 were the gooseberry herd units. And the managers have type 1s, they have type 4s, type 5s, and they have any antlerless. There's some any. There's a reduced price. The type 6 is a reduced price cow or a calf. And then they set a quota based on the management objectives for that herd unit. And all of those, as you remember, I had that slide that showed we had 40 antelope herds and 37 deer and 35 elk. Those all have objectives. And later this year, I'll be coming to you with some recommendations on, we'll review a few of those herd units, and we'll reevaluate where we're at with our goals for those populations. But the season structure is always tied to where that population is in relation to its objective. And we're trying to get to that, move that population towards that commission approved objective. So this past season setting, as I mentioned, we had Q&A sessions. We also posted our presentations online. So each of the regions, you can see the total number of views that they had and watched their PowerPoints. So we had, I think, 21 presentations on the website, and each region had probably tied back to the number of their population in their local communities and what they had for views. But you can see that we had nearly 2,700 views of those online presentations. We also had those Q&A sessions starting on the 24th of March. We did them between the 24th and April 1st. And we had 78 members of the public that participated in those Q&A sessions. In addition to that, Rebecca with communications kind of watches what we have for page views to the regulations. And we had just under 6,000 views to our meetings page and that Get Involved tab on the website. So between March 23rd to April 2nd, we had the public seasons were available for public comment online, and we had 129 people submitted comments online, and then we also had 10 written comments sent into the Casper office. And so following those inputs, we made an additional 25 changes to the regulations that you'll see.
Doug, I've been on the commission a few years, and I was shocked at the number of comments. We usually get that many comments per species, let alone the whole thing. And I don't know what the reason is, but I don't like it. I'd like to have that 3-ring binder. It takes me like a month to read. Mr. Anselmi laughing at that. But I don't know what it is, or if it's a process or it's COVID or what it is, but I hope this is a blip on the radar and that people aren't discouraged about sending in comments, because we should have a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, and we send thousands of emails out each year, and we had a pretty big effort to try and engage publics. We did news releases before we had the Q&As. We had news releases when the regulations came out and the draft regulations were posted. And we're going to keep exploring on ways to reach out to publics. But in addition to that, with the new website, once we get the website redeveloped, I think it'll be a little more intuitive for people to find regulations online, and I'm hoping that helps us as well.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing the department on that. I just hope it's the public not being apathetic. And I hope this is a blip on the radar, and next year we have 4 times that.
So what I'd like to do, Mr. President and Director Nesvik and members of the commission, is we'll go through each of the chapter regulations in sequential order from 2 through chapter 20. And then at between each one, if we can, I'll give you a kind of an overview of what the changes are and what the regional recommendations are for the hunting seasons. And then if the commission pleases the commission, they should take a break, not a break, but take a pause and let the public provide some comment, and then vote on the regulation. I'll have a slide between each commission regulation here. So chapter 2 is the general hunting regulation, and that outlines our hunting definitions and the types of license and shooting hours and those sorts of things. And this year, our proposed changes revolve around the real-time video photography equipment. You remember last year we adopted a regulation regarding kind of the new technology and trying to regulate what that technology could be used for in terms of making it easier for a hunter to know when an animal's moving past a camera and those sorts of things. And so section 2 of chapter 2 specifically addresses that real-time photography equipment, that it's defined. We previously included it without a definition, and it caused some confusion. Section 4 has been added to notify readers that there are exceptions to the number and type of licenses that are allocated, and that's basically the exceptions are at the commission's discretion. Section 20 is language that has been modified to clarify the use of specialized hunting technologies. Again, that ties back to that definition. And then we also had some minor grammatical changes to provide clarity to the regulation. And so what I'll do is between each regulation, I'll have a slide similar to this one that just asks the commission to take some time to, discuss and it's our recommendation that chapter 2 be approved.
Okay, thanks, Doug. We do have some comments on Chapter 2. We have Rex Ramel.
Can you hear me?
Hold on a second. You have a computer issue.
I'm just speaking by phone today.
Okay. Commissioner Roberts, okay. Go ahead, Rex.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for your time today. I just wanted to comment on the leftover tags. I wanted to support the idea that residents are allowed a 24-hour window to apply for the leftover tags before non-residents. I moved to Wyoming 10 years ago, and I started hunting elk up in 97 and 98 in the Wind River Mountain Range. And I got to tell you that my first experience was not a good one. There were so many non-residents up there that it really discouraged me and my son-in-law. We actually left the area because there were so many non-residents. And I think this is becoming an issue. I know that there was a bill that has been before the legislature to reduce the number of non-resident hunting tags. And I know it's failed a few times. But I think, and as I've been talking to some of the other hunters, I sense that there's a level of frustration out there that it seems like the non-residents are preferred over the resident hunters. And I know there's a revenue issue with, that the non-residents pay more, but the residents are starting to feel, and I certainly feel like this, that we get what's left over, or we're second priority. And we should be first priority. I think that throwing a bone to the residents would be a really good idea and give them that opportunity to at least take, have a first shot over the non-residents on leftover tags. I think it would go a long ways. I don't think it's probably not going to make that much difference on revenue, maybe a little bit. But it's no fun to go hunting. Of course, in 97 and 98, you start hunting with a rifle on September 20th, and everybody likes to do that. But boy, when there's people from all over the country that you're competing with, there's bulls. We had a bull elk shot right out from underneath us by a non-resident that we had been tracking and calling, and it's really frustrating. And I know that this issue has probably been a yearly issue for the commission. How many non-residents should actually be hunting in Wyoming. I certainly understand that there needs to be, a percentage of them. But the leftover tags, if the residents had first shot at it, I think it would go a long way. Are you still there?
have internet where we're not transmitting on the internet either? Test 1, 2. All right.
So are we back on? Is Mr. Shaw on?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, sir.
Hey, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Again, my name is Rob Shaw and founder of Mountain Pursuit. And I here am also to speak to the commission about or resident preference for leftover tags. I'm sorry for coming to you this way. I had attempted to get this on the commission agenda through my first commissioner, Mike Schmidt. He would never get on the agenda for us. And I called my current commissioner, Mr. Roberts, and he also would not fight to get this on the agenda for us. This is really a simple issue for us looking at it. We just can't understand how come resident hunters don't have preference for leftover tags. And what we would propose is that the commission follow what occurs in New Mexico. In New Mexico, as I understand it, all leftover tags are offered online to the New Mexico Game and Fish website. And for the first 24 hours, only resident hunters can purchase the tags. After this 24-hour head start for resident hunters, then non-residents can jump in there and purchase them. It's all first come, first serve. As I understand it, at least last year, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, everybody who's interested in a resident tag or in a leftover tag, non-residents and residents, had to put in for another draw, and residents and non-residents were treated equally in the draw for the leftover tags. So there was no resident preference. And so my question to the commission is, why don't resident hunters have preference for leftover tags? As I understand it, there's nothing in the statute that addresses leftover tags. In my sense is that the commission has the authority to make this change. I think this change could be made and implemented this year. And I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Is there any questions? Thank you very much. We'll take your consideration in the future. I would hope that that would be a subject that would be taken up by the upcoming Wildlife Task Force. That is probably one of the priorities, and I'm assuming that that would be taken up at that time as well. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Any more questions? Any more comments from the public? Entertain a motion on chapter 2.
Mr. President, if there are no more comments, that I would move that we approve chapter 2 with the department's recommended changes.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept the department's recommendations on chapter 2. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director Nezik, members of the commission. Let's see if we can move on to the next. I don't want to push this thing too many times or it might like start scrolling on me. There we go. So the next regulations deal with the hunting seasons. And what I did similar to last year, we tried to break out each chapter regulation. So we'll start with chapter 5, and then they'll show a colored geographic area for each of the 8 regions in the state. And I'll give you an overview of the issues they face and the management direction they're trying to take their populations towards. And then we'll go through each of those eight regions for each regulation, and then we'll stop and again have a discussion on the department's recommendation for the regulation. Starting off with first we'll go through a little bit of precursor to what kind of predisposed us to our recommendations and the directions we're taking this year. I usually show a slide showing snow water equivalent in the state, and on the left you'll see 2020, and you'll see that the winter severity, this color scale is based on the severity of the snow water equivalency, which is a metric that just shows the amount of standing water in a pack of snow. And so you'll see the lighter blue is just over 100%, 100 to 125, I believe. And then once you get up to 130 to 140, it's more of the dark blue, closer to 100% of normal, and that lower normal is more green. And then yellow is below 100, and the severity you can see relatively, if it's the darker colors, it was a pretty severe winter. And if it's more moderate, or if it gets to the yellow colors, it's more on the drought side of things. And so looking at February of 2020 compared to February 2021, you see that we're close to normal in that Yellowstone, Sheridan, and Cody region. But then you get into some of the other areas. This is February of this year. We're well below. We're at 73% in the Belle Fourche drainage, 73 in the lower Platte, and 85 in the North Platte. And so there's conditions were looking pretty grim. And you get down towards Cheyenne, and it was way low. I don't remember if it's less than 15% or in that range. But then bring on March of this year, and again you can see on the left this is what it was in February, and 1 month later, pretty much most of the state was back up to close to 100%. And then from Gillette all the way down to Laramie, we were in the 115% range, and that was all from those couple of different storms. The big storm on first week of March that pretty much paralyzed that part of the state. And I'll show a few slides on what those conditions did to some of the antelope in portions of the state as well. Cheyenne, though, is still the South Platte area here is still in that 73% range. So that first week of March really wreaked some havoc on our pronghorn populations. And this was right around the time when all of our managers were developing their hunting seasons, and they had draft proposals posted online. And that storm, of course, hit right at the end of the first week. And so our managers in between Casper, Laramie, and up to Gillette really had to take some consideration to what that storm did to our pronghorn. And it covered enough, the snow cover was extensive enough and hard enough, and then those cold temperatures following that snow event limited forage for those animals, and we actually lost quite a few pronghorn in this part of the state. And our season proposals then, of course, are going to reflect that change. And once I get into this, you'll see it a little bit more in terms of the geographic areas of the state where we adopted seasons that were a little bit more conservative. Statewide, we're still at about 375,000 pronghorn. Our objective, remember I mentioned that we have herd units around the state. Our objective is 429,000 pronghorn. So we're below objective statewide, and our season proposals will reflect that. In some areas, you're going to see that there might be some nominal increases for certain areas where the state didn't see as bad of conditions. But overall, our managers are trying to maintain buck-doe ratios and those population levels while still reducing damage and providing as much opportunity as we think those populations can sustain, given the changes that or the weather severity we've seen in the last couple of years. This March storm was only one factor. Last year we had drought conditions. That followed on the tail end of, as I showed that one map earlier that showed the severity of snow water equivalent in that northeast part of the state. And so their managers are still dealing with several years of impacts on that population, followed by drought conditions in the summer. And so when you don't have the succulent forage for those pronghorn, the reproduction suffers, and survival of those animals that are on the ground also suffers. And so our managers are trying to change their hunting seasons to try and maintain those benchmarks that we have for those populations.
Hey, Doug, just real quick, it'd probably be beneficial for the three newer members just to define what success is as far as being at or not at objective.
So most of our 40 antelope herds, we're going to have in the eastern part of the state, we're going to have objectives that are tied to landowner satisfaction and hunter satisfaction. And then in the western part of the state and areas where it's more public land and we can manage those populations by hunter numbers a little bit more, we'll have a population estimate. And that estimate is, of course, it's like 10 to 20,000 or 30,000. And then our managers in the next month or so will be doing some line transect flights where they fly over and they'll count all the animals they have out the window of the aircraft. And then they apply some statistical modeling to that to determine what the density of that population is. And that'll give us an idea where that population is compared to the commission's goal. So in July and September, I'll come to you with some proposed changes to population numbers in some of our herds. And then so all of our herd units, those 40 antelope herds, have a commission approved objective. And each year our managers are trying to assess where we're at relative to that, whether it's the sublet herd here, I think. John, do you know what our objective for sublet? Population objective 48,000, and that herd unit includes the Jackson area and all the way down to Green River. And each year we're looking at where that population is relative to that overall goal of 48,000. And I think this year the managers will go and do some flights through most of the high density area of that population and try and get an estimate of what that number of antelope is. And then because all of our antelope, if you look at that chapter 5 draft regulation, it's all limited quota. So we have full control over how many people are out there. And we typically maintain a pretty high success and high satisfaction for those hunters that draw that license. Does that address mine?
Yeah, and then for those population objectives that have a number associated with them, we're looking for plus or minus 10%. And then
that's right.
We consider that success if we achieve that.
Thank you. So each region, so again, there's 8 regions, and because Jackson is on the northern end of occupied range for pronghorn, I've included the Jackson and Pinedale regions together on this one, but you'll see them, the 2 regions split up later. But so each region will show general management direction, proposed season changes, and then issues that were raised by the public. And again, the color-coded area gives you a reference to Pinedale region is here. Jackson is this area up here, as area 85 and a portion of area 86. So general management direction, they continue to maintain a pretty high hunter success. This part of the sublet herd is stable. And they did look at a slight increase in race in seasons for hunt areas 91 and 101 for the type 1, which is, if you look in the regulation, that's for any antelope tag. So some of the issues raised by the public here are the concerns over total numbers in the sublet herd. And this is, you'll see that theme kind of reoccurring across the state. There's concern over total numbers of pronghorn. And there also is concern about harvesting does when you might have some concern about where that population's at in relation to the objective. And I would just mention that statewide for doe harvest, some of the doe harvest is warranted for damage concerns, and others is to just afford opportunity because antelope have a really high ability to reproduce. So out of 100 pronghorn does in third week of May and first week of June, we'll have 2 fawns per doe. So we'll have 198 fawns that hit the ground. And so if we have really ideal conditions, that population can grow at 30% in a 1 year's time. And so there's a lot of opportunity for our managers to continue to maintain some doe harvest on pronghorn. And keep in mind that we're at 375,000 pronghorn in the state. So there's some opportunity there, and the population has the ability to rebound fairly fast if we have the right environmental conditions. Switch to the next region. We'll go to Cody region next. So as in John's presentation yesterday, you saw that the regional map had 1 through 8. And so in numerical order, Cody is the next region on the list here. I pushed it twice now. We'll see if it goes good. Okay. I'll talk quick in case it switches off to the next region. General management direction in Cody. So Cody was one of those areas where the managers did not see the same level of impact on the populations as the other parts of the state. Their pronghorn numbers are a little bit better. They did have some localized reductions in Copper Mountain and the 15-mile herds due to downward trending populations and poor fawn recruitment. And again, all of our managers make recommendations by herd unit, and then those hunter areas are within those herd units. And I think we gave you a copy in your packet that showed where the herd units are around the state. And once we get our website developed, we'll have a little more information regarding where herd units are across the state for each of the species. Fawn ratios in the Cody region have improved, but they're still lower than the 10-year average. And so they are looking at some increases in Carter Mountain, which is kind of this high elevation pronghorn herd between Thermopolis and Cody. And those pronghorn move down drainage and to lower elevations in the wintertime. And they also have increases in the Badger Basin herd. Overall, they're going to look at an increase of 200 licenses, and then they modified their doe fawn licenses by reducing that by 75 over last year. Public concerns expressed by hunters in the field within the harvest survey regarding the pronghorn numbers, particularly in that Copper Mountain and 15-mile herd. Switching over to Sheridan. Sheridan region has general concern with the 2020 drought impacts on their survival and recruitment. This is at that weather map that I showed. That was pretty severe for the guys in the Sheridan region. There's an increased demand for licenses, and most of their license types are selling out there. They reduced their licenses in a few localized areas because of hunter crowding, and they are monitoring their hunter numbers on those public land areas. As Commissioner Doobie can attest, there's small parcels of public land in that region, and a lot of hunters tend to gravitate, and like Galen, you probably see the same thing. People really gravitate towards those areas because that's a place they can go and get access. And they also had some disease issues in areas 17 and 23. They had a small blue tongue outbreak last year for a short time, and they also had some mycoplasma that they're monitoring that caused some mortality in their populations. Overall, in the region, they reduced their licenses by 825 for the any antelope and 925 for the doe fawn licenses. Some of the issues raised by the public include concerns with the population trends, declining numbers, the disease outbreaks, and then crowding on some of those public land areas. But overall, there was a lot of support through the folks they contacted for license reductions. And this was a couple of images from last year, sampling for mycoplasma on those pronghorn that they found were dead in the Cody, or in the Gillette area. Moving to Green River, southwest part of the state. So this is region 4. General management has set seasons to move those populations toward objective. And this is the southern end of the sublet pronghorn herd. It's the largest one in the state. And they have really a lot of effort goes into monitoring and managing their pronghorn populations. They also have some highly productive trophy areas that the public has become really attached to and really like to see those high quality trophy pronghorn harvest potential in them. So in their areas, they're generally reducing quotas due to the low fawn numbers, survival and past winter severity. They'd like to maintain the ability to address damage on private land. So that's where they'd have those type 6 licenses, the the Dauphin antelope licenses would be designed to try and reduce pronghorn that may be congregating on irrigation areas. Current winter conditions this year are low, but precipitation is a concern for this next year. And so we're basically setting ourselves up for what we're seeing with our weather patterns right now is a pretty dry summer. We're hoping that that doesn't hold true, but if it does, the region's kind of prepared that we'll have some difficulty with recruitment of fawns again this year in that part of the state. So in the region, their proposals were a reduction of 75 licenses for the any antelope and 225 for the Dauphin licenses. And the issues their public raises are deal with the concern to drawing those difficult to draw licenses. Remember, I mentioned that in one of the first slides. If you're limited quota, some of those places the public has a real high demand, and it takes forever. It takes a lot of effort to get a license, and so they're starting to hear that from some of their publics. And they also have concerns relative to that recent winter and some of the highway impacts, because when they have deep snow, those pronghorn drop down next to the railroad tracks or the highways, and they do have multiple animals that get hit on the roadways. Moving over to the Laramie region, Shirley Basin is a portion of their management area, this country out in here. And they're within objective. They're reducing license to address that poor reproduction and decreasing hunter success. The Eastern Plains, we're going to hear us talk a lot about the Eastern Plains in the coming years, because we're really concerned about those pronghorn in that part of the state. They're starting to, we've had poor fawn production and declining population trends, and managers there. Ember Hall is here with us today, and Ember's the wildlife management coordinator, and she's now going to be working on kind of helping us with some of our research and science and analytical research out of Cheyenne. But she'll be helping to analyze some of those pronghorn populations. But we think those pronghorn are having a difficult time in those grassland areas, and we're a little bit concerned about that. When you get to the Platte Valley over in this part of the region, they're close to objective, and the population seems to be doing a little bit better, but they want to maintain quality there. The changes this year, they're recommending an 850 license reduction for any antelope and 1,375 on the Dauphin licenses. And they do have a license type that's targeting some damage. Again, that's providing some relief to private landowners where pronghorn do congregate on their hay fields or irrigated fields. Similar issues to the other regions: drought, overwinter mortality, and especially when you get out into the southeastern part of the state. Moving over to the Lander region, we have generally they're proposing license reductions to address those declining pronghorn populations. Here again, we've had 2 harsh winters that impacted low fawn production and yearling buck recruitment. So if you don't have fawns one year, the next year you're going to have a decrease in the number of yearling bucks, because they grow up from fawns to the yearling class. And if we're not seeing the yearling bucks, that's a very good metric in the population that it's the next few years are going to be pretty tough unless we get some additional fawn production. And they have, so we're working with Dr. Kevin Monteith as well on some pronghorn quality research. And so they're trying to maintain some opportunity in those areas where we can assess what pronghorn quality looks like. And Kevin's got some students that are lined up, and our folks are collecting data on those pronghorn to kind of assess antler growth from year to year. And we're also working with those hunters, getting tooth data and trying to assess that population in a number of areas. There's 3 regions that are working with Kevin, or 4 regions that are working with Kevin on that research. The issues raised during public engagement, of course, the winter impacts, Rawlins area as well, and then concerns relative to decreasing numbers and the low fawn survival. Region 7, Casper region. So I got one. This would be the last slide for pronghorn, because we covered Pinedale a little bit earlier. And their general management direction is to continue to reduce quotas to allow population growth from Douglas to Lusk and to Newcastle. And this year, remember I mentioned that our managers had draft recommendations in first part of March. Following that, the blizzard, they went back and reassessed where they're at, and they did some reductions to areas 31 and 30 due to that mortality in that snowstorm. And again, they're working with Dr. Monteith on the research in area 73. And 73 is an extremely popular area just because of the high numbers of pronghorn there. And so that's one of the key areas we're working with Dr. Monteith. Overall, they do have some modest increases west of Casper where the antelope are doing well, but overall in the region, they're looking at a reduction of $1,675 or any antelope licenses, and then 1,350 doe fawn licenses. The issues raised during the public engagement, most herds in the region are below their objective where they'd like to see them at, and hunters would like to see more pronghorn. And there are concerns of the impacts of antelope from 2 large spring snowstorms that we had this year. And so with that, that'll bring us to the end of the chapter 5. Oh, I got some harvest metrics too to share first before we get to that slide. But you can see that the 10-year average on harvest, we're at about 40,000 this last year. Next year, we'll see that drop down. We're going to be about 9,000 licenses less statewide, and that's a pretty big change over, you can see on this map. So this is the types of licenses that we saw reductions to, and we added some type 8s in one of the areas, but 9,075 licenses off from last year. And the licenses last year were 58,000. We're at 49,000 this year. And Brian asked us to go back and take a look at 1990. And so we were at 78,000 licenses in 1990. And each year, it's not uncommon for our managers, when we add all the types of licenses up, to see a 5 to 6,000 increase or decrease, you know, in changes in license types statewide. But with 2 years of reduction, so last year we reduced, I think it was several thousand, and this year we're reducing 9,000. So that really takes a toll on the hunter's opportunity in Wyoming. We're hoping that things turn around. But again, you can see that managers are pretty concerned about environmental conditions between drought conditions and winter severity. It's really knocked our antelope populations back. Overall, I think from 1990, I think we're at about a 33% decrease in licenses, Brian. So at that point, I'll stand for questions, but the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 5, the antelope hunting season regulations as proposed.
Thank you, Doug. Is there any comments from the public on antelope? Any comments or questions from the commission?
Mr. President, I would move Chapter 5 with the department's recommendations.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Byrd, to accept the department's recommendations regarding Chapter 5 for antelope. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Was wondering if there's public comment.
I already asked for that.
Okay, sorry.
Did I not? Okay. Come on, Doug.
All right, moving on. Start with Chapter 6. If I can get it to, there we go. So same layout of slides for the state of Wyoming, and I've got the Jackson and Pinedale regions separated this time because they're big enough areas. But overall statewide, we're at 335,000 deer that we estimate in Wyoming. But here our objective is 476,000 deer statewide. So you can see that we're way down on deer numbers. Our managers are pretty concerned about deer, as are our publics, and we continue to modify hunting season structure to maintain opportunity. It's extremely popular for our folks, our publics, to be able to hunt mule deer. As you can attest that we've got Josh and Joey here today, and there's just a lot of public interest in mule deer, and they want us to do what we can to maintain those numbers. Deer habitat is critical, and we're subject to those environmental conditions just as pronghorn are, and the drought conditions are really taking a toll on deer around the state. The other thing that we're seeing is whitetail deer populations are increasing, and we continue to liberalize deer seasons for whitetail, and you'll see that throughout these recommendations is that typically you'll see that we have some plus signs for the whitetail deer seasons, and if it's a limited quota mule deer season, there's usually some reduction there to address those concerns managers have. And I'll have a trend slide too showing the harvest levels during the last 20 years on deer, just to give you a perspective on that. So in the Jackson region, the Jackson manages the Wyoming range, and that includes a portion of the Green River region and a portion of the Wyoming, or the Pinedale region. The objective there is 40,000. They're currently at 30,000. The good news is spawn ratios have bumped up on those northern winter ranges this year, and that's at 72 per 100. That's the highest we've seen in 20 years. The managers, as those deer start migrating back to their summer ranges, the wardens and biologists and the coordinator and supervisor will go out and count deer, and they'll estimate the number that have been lost during the winter. And right now, I think we're at about only 18% loss from the fall, which is extremely good for us. We brought a lot of fawns through the winter. The habitat conditions or the weather conditions weren't that severe that it caused serious declines in the number of fawns surviving. You may remember 2 years ago, we estimated that we lost between 80 and 90% of our fawns in a lot of these migratory deer herd between Sublette and the Wyoming range. So there's a lot of concern there. Managers continue to recommend hunting seasons to maintain some ability for those populations to increase. And again, the buck ratios there are pretty good, and we saw that over winter survival fairly good this year, ever since 2017 in the hot northern winter ranges, kind of in that big piney country. So again, they're going to maintain those conservative seasons, but we're going to get after the whitetail deer populations there. We'd rather not see, another species there competing with those mule deer on those ranges. So what you're going to see in the regulation for the proposed regulation is a slight increase on the type 3s, which is an any whitetail deer license, and then a type 8, which is a doe fawn whitetail license. And then the non-resident regions, you'll see on this map and in your booklet, there's non-resident regions, and I'll have them highlighted on here each slide, and you'll see if the region's recommending a change for those areas as well. And we're at a pretty low point for non-resident participation in region G and H, and they feel that they can sustain that at this point. So some of the concerns from the public include low deer numbers, hunter crowding, and there's a desire for APRs. And as I mentioned earlier, the antler point restriction is the acronym is the APR acronym, and our managers will periodically put an APR out there, and then they'll try and shift it after 3 years to try and change the pressure. Because if we keep an APR in place for multiple years, all those hunters are trying to shoot those 3-year-old deer or more, and nobody gets a chance at the younger animals in that population. But if you change that, then less pressure is put on those larger males. And if you look at it, if you think about it, you could break the deer population into 3 categories. We have about 30% that are less than 3 point, 30% that are around 3 point, and 30% that are greater than 4 point. And so if you move that regulation to a 4 point, you're putting all that pressure on 33% of the population, and you're preserving the younger age classes of that population. But if you continually do that, all those animals that reach that upper 33%, the 4-point or better, all that pressure is on them, and then you ultimately remove all those animals or the bulk of them, and you can have high buck ratios, but they're all little bitty guys. And so some of our managers, and you'll see in the regulations here, the proposed, there's some of the guys are recommending a change from a 4-point to a 3-point just to offset that change this year. In the Cody region, general management direction is to reduce overall doe fawn harvest. They got 7 of their 8 herds are below objective, and 1 herd is at the lower limit of that objective. And there again, they're looking to increase whitetail deer licenses. The Cody region is also dealing with some urban deer issues in and around Cody, and they recently did a survey of homeowners in the South Fork of the Shoshone to evaluate some options there for all the deer that are in the subdivisions. Some of the proposed season changes this year: antler deer decreased 50 licenses, doe fawn deer 275, and then increase any whitetail by 50, and the doe fawn whitetail by 225. And here the region has these non-resident, there's region F, region X, and region R, and region M, and they're proposing to decrease the non-resident allocation there by 300 licenses. Some of the issues that get raised in their region: hunters have expressed concerns regarding the deer numbers in the southern portion of the Bighorn Basin. There's comments received in opposition to removal of an APR in the upper Shoshone. So kind of this country right in here. Again, the managers instituted that APR, the antler point restriction, 3 years ago, and they're looking to remove that now so they don't continue to have that same level of hunting pressure all on that upper older age class bucks in the population. There's comments received regarding the whitetail deer harvest and the impacts to buck quality. So we do have some constituents that are really like whitetails, and they would like us to try and manage for more whitetails. But being things as they are, Wyoming is kind of, we think mule deer are kind of our iconic species, and most of our managers want to maintain a pretty high hunting pressure on the whitetail deer populations where they historically weren't as prevalent. And so we can give mule deer a little better edge to reproduce and be maintained on the population. And also there's comments, we're starting to hear more comments from our hunters, and you'll hear this from a couple of regions, that they would like to see us do more with CWD management for deer. Moving to the Sheridan region, region 3. The general management direction here: the mule deer populations are below objective. They maintain a conservative season structure here. Again, whitetail deer numbers are high, causing depredation concerns. And as a result, they do have liberal whitetail deer seasons. And we're also hearing a little bit about increasing CWD concerns. Some of the proposed season changes: for mule deer, nothing proposed for this year, but they are increasing whitetail deer licenses for both the any and the doe fawn licenses. And they have an season extension in 3 of their areas to give more opportunity for whitetail deer hunting. And then their non-resident regions here, there's no change proposed for this year. Some of the issues raised, again, concerns with those low mule deer numbers. The quality of hunting is always an issue for our publics. Increasing whitetail opportunity to address damage concerns. There's a few landowners that have lots of opportunity for whitetail hunting. And then implement more conservative mule deer seasons in regions Y, which is the kind of the bighorns and the toe of the hill, toe of the mountain there. Moving to the southwest part of state, Green River region, region number 4. They've had 3 severe winters with high deer mortality between 2016 and 2020. That's starting to show up on our season recommendations and from our public comments and hunter comments as well, that they're just concerned about deer numbers. Buck doe ratios are below the objective for much of the region due to those winter impacts. And when you when you have lower fawn numbers, you're going to have lower bucks in the following year. And so they're looking at some more restrictive APRs in areas 131 to 34, 168, and then they're going to add an APR in areas 82 and 135. Some of the changes, of course, reflect those concerns. Dauphin deer licenses will be reduced to 125, white-tailed deer licenses increased, and the Region K and Region W will actually be reduced from 300 to 250 for Region K and reduced from 900 to 750 in Region W. Region G will stay the same. Public is interested in more conservative deer seasons. There's a lot of concern over low mule deer numbers due to that severity. And there's a lot of publics there that are really passionate about their deer hunting. And they would like to maintain 2 weekends of opportunity in areas 132 to 135, especially, and that's 132 and to 135. And that's especially for those youth hunters. Laramie region, Platte Valley, they're looking to adjust quotas to account for those carryover licenses. The Mullen Fire, third largest wildfire in Wyoming's history. There was a lot of people that held on to their licenses are going to come back to hunt this year, and so there's some change in the management there just to allow for that additional pressure that will be put on that population this year. Overall, in the region, they continue to work to address those below objective populations. They'd like to get those buck ratios back in line with some of the guidelines that we have within the agency and provide white-tailed deer harvest, and that really hinges upon access that they have for those deer hunters, because they can't just bump licenses up without having a place for those people to go. Because all it does is provides hunter crowding on those areas that do allow access. Again, the concerns raised, the antler deer licenses will be decreased to 125. No changes to Dauphin, and no changes to regions D, J, and T. And we can see those lined up on there. Public's concerned about the effects of the Mullen Fire and those carryover licenses. And we're also starting to hear from our public regarding CWD in this area. Moving to the Lander region, general management direction is again to address declining mule deer numbers, more conservative seasons for mule deer, and maintain harvest on whitetail. Pretty common theme across all 8 regions. Proposed season changes include decreasing antler deer 75 licenses, no changes for the Dauphin licenses, and region LQ, no change. And they are proposing to implement a mandatory CWD sampling in areas 96 and 97. So this area right in here. So some of the issues raised by the public include declining deer numbers in the project herd, which is a lot of this country that's private lands within the reservation. And there's also starting to hear a little bit about CWD concerns within the region. Casper region, I should mention too, is, even though it's Casper's down here, it's this long L shape and it includes the Black Hills. And so Region A and Region B for non-residents is part of their management, as well as the west of Casper. They've got some pretty popular deer areas there as well. Within the region, they're addressing declining mule deer numbers, again, following those 2 severe winters that they experienced. They have reductions in limited quota type 1 licenses, and they're offering some antler point restrictions in areas 65 and 66. And then this year, they're proposing some reductions in regions A for the Dauphin licenses in the Black Hills. Again, remember that map last year, the snow water equivalent. Things were pretty tough up in the very northeast part of the state. And so they're starting to see that they've got localized areas where there's some concern with deer numbers there. They're going to maintain status quo deer harvesting for white-tailed deer in most areas, and increase some Dauphin licenses for white-tailed deer in the Douglas and Lusk areas. Proposed season changes for this year, reduction to 75 licenses for antler deer, Doe fawn deer increased 25. And then, as I mentioned, Region A, which is the Black Hills, go from 4,000 down to 3,750 for non-residents, and Region B from 1,500 down to 1,350. Public concerns include continued concern over below objective mule deer numbers, continued interest in converting some general license hunt areas to limited quota. And that's not uncommon for some of our areas where people are very passionate about their deer numbers. They think that if we implemented a limited quota, they would see a little bit of an increase in quality. But what it'll do is, and our managers kind of drag their feet on going to limited quota just because that lost opportunity only creates another area where the demand increases and then not everybody gets to hunt. So if we want to maintain hunter opportunity, the best way to do that is to stay with a general season framework. There's interest in extending archery seasons until mid-October, followed by an October 15th rifle opener in the Black Hills. And if you look at the regulation, then, and Galen's probably familiar with this, but that traditionally opens on November 1st. Final region for the deer season, then we'll get into harvest levels and kind of the trends in deer numbers, is the Pinedale region. Continued conservative seasons here. Region G and H are generally aligned together with their production and what they're seeing for deer. And so buck ratios are around 35 per 100. Fawn ratios, remember on the Jackson slide, I think the fawn ratio is about 72. This one's at 67. So fawn ratios aren't just too bad there. And we had a mild winter in the western part of the state this year. So we had over winter survival was really pretty good. We're looking forward to seeing that population come up a little bit. But again, if we have drought conditions this summer and no moisture again during the growing season, those shrubs and forbs are going to be difficult to grow, and those populations will suffer from that. There is some of the public comments. There's mixed support for to implement APRs. There's a long-term declining deer populations and winter impacts often raised by our publics. And there's some concern regarding early rifle deer opening dates that overlap with an archery elk season, which we've heard in some other parts of the state as well. So in this one, I put we put a 20-year decline, or a 20-year graph up to show you what changed with the mule deer population over time. It's pretty stark, and it's pretty concerning to all of us. You know, we're just over 20,000 deer harvested this year, and it seems like we're on this trajectory that keeps going down. Our statewide habitat manager, Ian Tater, and I late last summer took a look at all the money that we've been spending. And as of last year, you know, we had projects to the tune of $9 million that we partnered with some of the monies that you guys have allocated through the MDI funds. So we've got about $9 million out there on the table that we've been putting into this deer habitat and fencing and putting collars on deer to kind of monitor where they're moving so we can identify some of their important habitats. And the only thing we can say is if we weren't doing that, and if Chris McBarnes and others and the Muley folks weren't working with us on roadways, we sure think that this trajectory would be a lot steeper than it is. And we're giving the deer all the opportunity they can to reproduce and to recover. We just need some weather that will coincide with all of our efforts to help them start bouncing a little bit back. But a huge concern for us, but we feel that the agency and the commission has put their money where their mouth is on our sincerity about trying to get our deer numbers back. So looking at statewide changes for this year, mule deer, the types here, you'll see at the top, we're looking at a decrease of 1,150 deer licenses. And again, last year, just over 21,000 harvested. And so look at the quotas over last year from 2020 to this year, again, a decrease of just over 1,000 licenses. Looking at the non-resident quotas, so we have those non-resident regions scattered across the state, and we do have some reductions, you know, proposed in the regulation for those areas as well. Looking at the whitetail deer, so different from mule deer, you'll see that whitetail, they got this trajectory that keeps going up, and our managers keep, each year we're incrementally doing just a little bit more and a little bit more to try and regulate whitetail deer numbers, and that harvest is just a little bit below mule deer, but it's approaching the same level of harvest that we see on mule deer. And you'll see, again, this is the quotas on the limit quota licenses for mule deer. We have an increase of 1,100 licenses this year. Harvest was 19,900. And you can see here that we bumped up from 2020 on those license quotas over 2020. And with that, I'll stand for questions, and our folks recommend the commission approve the chapter 6 as presented.
Thank you, Doug. We do have some blue sheets. First, we have Jaden Bales. Come on up.
President Doobie, members of the commission. My name is Jaden Bales. I'm our communications manager over at the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. The staff also refers to me as a tag geek, so I love this stuff. I was involved in a lot of the Q&As as they happened virtually this year. And we wanted to express some support here for a few different season proposals. One of the things that wasn't fully mentioned today, but was brought up in the Q&As was the Laramie region discussing the potential for some later season buck tags, some type 1 tags, like down in that Sheep Mountain area. As we've seen with some studies, especially the Miller study out of Colorado that was published last fall, increasing that harvest on the older age class bucks is showing a reduction in at least the expansion of CWD. And following our management plan, we think that's a great idea to try to get ahead of that in that Laramie area. As well as the Lander area, you know, they tried to get some samples from hunters last year, and we noticed that this year they're proposing a mandatory CWD sampling from those areas around Jeffrey City and that Green Mountain country. And we think that's a great idea, try to get those sample numbers up so we get a good idea of what prevalence is in that herd unit. And then lastly, you know, in the Cody region, we're seeing the proposal for the removal of the APR. That traditionally, when you look at the harvest statistics and participation statistics, when you remove those APRs, people tend to go back to hunting in those areas, and you get that participation level up, and it increases the opportunity for folks. And that's always something that we support. So appreciate you your time today, and appreciate you considering these proposals favorable here. And I stand for any questions.
Thanks, Jaden. Any questions for Jaden? Very much.
Thank you.
John?
President Doobie and the commissioners. I'm Sean Blazak. I'm the regional director for Mule Deer Foundation here in Wyoming. We would just generally like to support all the proposals. We appreciate the commission always, you know, looking at the fact that the interspecies competition between whitetail and mule deer, and that, you know, mule deer exist in the West. We need to make sure their numbers still persist. And we're glad these season structures looked at the biology and still take in consideration the public's opinion. So we appreciate that. And generally, you know, you look at the seasons, and yes, you know, hunting decreases, but we're still able to keep good opportunity out there for people. So we like to thank all the biologists for all their hard work, and we support pretty much full force the recommendations that were given. And just wanted to thank you guys for your time on this.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Any questions for Sean? Comments? Any other public comments online or anything? Anybody in the audience? Commissioners?
President Doobie, I do. Question for Doug. He went quickly over it and he presented very well, and I wasn't able to click and keep up. You mentioned there's a region, a hunt area for deer that they request the season be extended over 2 weekends to accommodate youth. Was that youth opportunity or a youth hunt? And did we address that? Did we achieve that goal for that youth?
President Doobie, Commissioner Brokaw. I want to make sure I understand your question. So we have 2 weekends in the area, you're talking about area 82 for deer?
That's what I couldn't find was what area it was. The public comment was to keep that season over 2 weekends for youth opportunity. And did we do that?
Yes.
Okay. That is area 82, you said?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. That was just want to make sure those kids had a chance. Thank you.
President Doobie,
Commissioner Roberts?
Doug. And I don't know if I just haven't been able to see it or not, but I was curious where the numbers on the state population for the whitetail are. I don't know. I can see, I found everything on the harvest and the hunters and everything, but I don't know. Is the state keeping a population of the whitetail? Or am I just missing it?
Let me take a look here. Good question. I couldn't find it either.
So, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, so we sent in that packet of information that you received, there was the statewide management summary, and in there on page 37, I think we've got some information on white-tailed deer. And statewide, we're estimating that we're at about 48,000. And the way the trajectory is going, we're estimating that that population will be about 55,000. I'm sorry, we'll be at overall statewide is 92,000 because we project where some of these populations are at. Some of them are hunter satisfaction or private land satisfaction. So there's not a really good estimate based on that we can project what it's going to be next year. But we're predicting we're around 92,000 right now in the state. But if you look at that packet of information, there should be an image or a PDF in that packet of information on seasons and draft regulations, the electronic version that we sent you.
Yeah.
And we can get hard copies of this to you too if you're interested.
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? What's your pleasure?
Mr. President, I'd move we accept the department's recommendations for Chapter 6.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Brokaw, second by Commissioner Byrd to accept Chapter 6 regulations as recommended. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Moving on to elk. Elk are the opposite of mule deer and pronghorn in terms of their population trajectory. And we're estimating we're at about 110,000 elk in the state. And we continue to see our harvest doing really well. Hunter success is doing really well. We're attempting to find ways pretty much across the state to provide more opportunity, but we're pretty limited in what we can do in a lot of the portions of the state because of access issues. And so our managers are looking at ways that we can adapt hunting season structure and seasons to afford more opportunity and put more pressure on elk populations pretty much across most of the eastern part of the state. The very northwest part of the state, you'll see that we're managing to maintain some numbers and some migrating elk. But when you get over into that anything east of Lander, they're doing really well, and we got to continue to explore ways to maintain hunting pressure. So again, we'll start off with the Jackson region, go through the 8 regions, and here the Jackson region is really, they got 4 herds that are at objective in the Jackson elk herd, and when we say we're at objective, that's because the managers have changed season structure. So really, there's not much for cow harvest once you get north of this line here. If you remember the first few slides I showed where managers can select for any season or an antlered season, or they can do doe fawn or cow licenses. And so you'll see on your regulations that there's not a lot of opportunity for taking cows or reducing populations until you get down to Grand Teton National Park and the National Elk Refuge in Area 70 and 80. And from there south, you'll see there's a little more opportunity. But the reason for that is because managers are really working to conserve those long distance migratory elk populations, and they focus harvest on those short distance. So if you can visualize, Yellowstone is this north portion here. We've got elk that migrate about 65 miles down to the National Elk Refuge, and they're getting hunted in area 70, 70 and 71. The 79 is closed, but if you go through area 81, there's a little portion there that some of those elk might migrate through, and then they come through Grand Teton Park to the refuge. The elk that live next to the airport, you probably saw elk on your tour in the southern end of Grand Teton Park and south of the airport. Those elk migrate about 4 miles and they're on the refuge. And so they don't have much of a hunting season structure. They got it figured out. Some of them come late in the day or at night. And so managers continually are challenged to manage populations that don't have any predation. They don't have, they have really good groceries. And so they reproduce at about 40 to 45 calves per 100 cows. You get up into this country and you start seeing calf ratios that are in the teens or low 20s, and those elk have a lot harder time to reproduce and sustain their numbers. The other thing the regional managers are challenged with is they've got elk that originate in the upper Grovant, these 81, 82, and 83. These elk often will drop down and come to the refuge as well. So if they have late hunting seasons, they have this funnel, and at the bottom of the funnel, they got to figure out a way to set a hunting season structure that provides population control for those animals that reproduce at an extremely high level. So you'll see that some of the Jackson seasons, they've got, you know, different season dates and lengths of seasons that are all geared towards that. And so our next slide, we're going to have Grand Teton National Park will join us and talk a little bit about the elk reduction program in Grand Teton. And that's you know, a collaborative work that we do with the Park Service and the National Elk Refuge to try and figure out a way to strategize and develop management strategies that address those very issues with those migrating elk. Proposed seasons for Jackson include no change on the antlered elk, and antlerless elk are at 40, decrease of 40 licenses. And then they're proposing some shorter general seasons in areas 89 to 90. And I heard this morning from Carlton here that there's actually some concern that if we run longer seasons east of this line, you'll see that there'll be people that'll be hunting both sides, and that's the kind of the risk you have with general season structure is people have that flexibility to do what they want, and they can go if we're more restrictive in one general license area, they can always go to in the next one adjoining it if that works for them. Some of the issues raised, again, concern over those lower numbers in that Grays River, and that's 91 and 90 and this 89. And there's also some concern being raised by the public now regarding the CWD and feed ground management, as you're well aware of. And in this part of the state, we always hear from our publics and our constituents about what influence those large carnivores have on elk reproduction and survival of those calf elk. And I'm going to see if Megan, do we have Park Service on?
Can you hear me, Doug?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm not sure if my video's live, but as long as you've got voice, perfect.
We do, and I can advance slides if you want. Here.
Perfect. I'll ask for that. Thanks. So good morning, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Gus Smith. I'm the Chief of Science and Resources Management at Grand Teton National Park. I've been in the park just over a year, so this is my first commission, and I understand it's some of your first commission meeting as well. Next slide, please, Brad. Or sorry, Doug.
Yeah.
Excellent. And you can tab through, there's a couple more bullets there. So Grand Teton is a relatively young park, And the enabling legislation that you see there is, what guides the management of the park. And part of that says that we're directed to ensure permanent conservation of elk in the park with a program that includes controlled reduction of elk by hunters that are deputized as park rangers when it's found necessary for the proper protection of elk in the Jackson elk herd. Next slide, please, Doug. Okay, so we do, sorry, I got you going a little further, but that's right. So we do surveys to determine the proper management elk with Wyoming game and fish biologists. To participate in the hunt, the hunters need to need a Wyoming tag as well as an elk reduction permit, park permit. Hunters can only harvest one elk, and the final elk reduction proposal that I'm presenting to you, if supported by you, is approved by the governor and the regional director. Okay, another piece, and Doug, we're on the right one now, sorry. Another piece of our management plan that guides us is this bison and elk management plan in combination with the National Elk Refuge. So that in this plan, we follow the Wyoming Game and Fish objectives of 11,000 elk in the Jackson elk herd. The other objective is that on the National Elk Refuge, on feed in the winter should be fewer or equal to 5,000 elk, and then a bull to cow ratio of 35 bulls to cows. And so this year for 2021, working with Wyoming Game and Fish, we determined that the elk reduction program is necessary for 2021. So if you can go to the next slide. Perfect, okay. I won't go, on this slide, you can see that 2020 and 2021 are there just so that you can see the difference in what we're proposing this year as opposed to last year. I'll just go through the 2021 numbers. For 2021, like last year, hunt area 72 and hunt area 79 will be closed. And that's the purpose of that is, as Doug was talking earlier about the longer distant migrants, those areas have lower productivity, and so those will remain closed for this year. Hunt area 75 will be open for the same amount of time as last year, and the season we propose is November 6th through December 12th, with the Antelope Flats portion of Hunt Area 75 closed November 22nd, which again, it relates to those longer migrating elk to protect them. So for the total 400 permits this year, 50 the full price type 4 license and 350 type 6 licenses. And that's our proposal.
Thanks, Gus. And I'm going to provide a little more clarity here on where Antelope Flats is on your map. So if you're looking at, so on the map here, Antelope Flats is this area north of Moose. So you've got the river bottom closure here. And what happens is these elk come out of Yellowstone, and a lot of them will drop down either, this is Gravel Creek, through by Two Ocean Lake. And they'll start staging on the west side of the Snake River down in here. And then they make a beeline across the river, get into the Antelope Flats area. And so those elk that come from Yellowstone, again, as I mentioned earlier, they've already got hunting seasons up here. They've gone through about 30 miles of distance, and then they get down here, they stage here, and then they got to run, they got to come across Antelope Flats, drop down through area 75. And you'll see there's a little blue, purple strip here. That's a closure area. So historically, there'd be so many cars that would stop on that road, and those elk would get pretty, as you can imagine, they don't know where to go, and there's a line of vehicles and people are standing alongside their vehicles, and those elk would run back north, or they would go different places. And so the closures were implemented to try and facilitate those animals, and have a little bit of impose a little bit of an ethics there, to allow those elk to get on through to the refuge. And then with them coming through, usually it's later in mid-November. And so, so when Gus is talking about a closure of November 22nd, that's to afford those Yellowstone elk, again, that a little bit of a buffer to they don't have to face the pressure all the way through that migration. And I think anything else that you'd like to add to that, Gus?
Nope, that's great. Thank you, Doug.
And then our Jacksonville Airport is over in here. And again, we've got a pretty good population of elk that are growing in the southern end of Grand Teton and onto the private lands along the Snake River. And if they have to migrate, you can see the relative distance they come to get to the National Elk Refuge compared to Yellowstone. And those elk continue to use the southern portion of Area 75 as well. They just typically come through kind of this southwest arm of Area 75. Some of them will use Blacktail Butte, that large butte right next to just east of the airport. And then Yellowstone elk will come down. Some of them will use the butte. Some of them will just make a straight line through the hay fields, and they're pretty vulnerable to that harvest. And so the management of that and those types is pretty critical to maintaining pressure on the right elk, if you will. And I guess I'll go ahead and move on, Zach, or Gus, unless you have anything additional.
Nope, thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in.
You bet.
So we move over to the Cody region. Another big lot of interest in elk management in the Cody region. Yellowstone migratory elk are also a critical management component here. Most of their elk herds are either at or are above their population objectives, and they try to maximize elk harvest through liberal seasons and the timing of their hunts. They're also faced with similar challenges like Jackson is, in that if they have hunting seasons that run too long in the wrong area, they could harvest migratory elk at a different rate than the ones that live on private lands or near hay fields that are doing really well. And so they also are trying to manage their hunting seasons to maintain hunt quality there for their publics. In the Cody herd, again, this is the Cody herd is these areas up in here, and they have differential hunting seasons to provide more opportunity for those front country elk. And again, like I mentioned earlier, they reproduce at a real high level. They don't have the predators that the elk that come from the higher elevations or Yellowstone do. And so they need to have additional pressure, or over time we'll just see more front country elk and less backcountry elk. Some of the changes for the Cody region include increasing the any elk licenses by 25, and there's no net change in the antlerless elk licenses that they have proposed for the region. Some of the issues that they're faced with, or that they've heard from the public, including that they've received comments asking to make a type 9 in areas 41 and 45, and they wanted to have a special archery season and not allow the type 1 hunters to hunt at the same time. So basically a choose your weapon. If you draw a type 1, you don't get to hunt archery. But you may remember, commissioners that have been on the commission for a while, this was an issue a couple years ago, and we heard overwhelmingly from the people that had that type 1 license that they put in for it because that was the reason they wanted it, was they had the latitude to hunt either with a bow or with a rifle. And we had discussed, making that change a few years ago, but the public did not support that overwhelmingly. I don't know, Pete, do you remember that discussion? There's concern regarding a new 39 type 6 season that opens on September 1 due to the rifle hunting, and again, conflicts with archers. And this is one of the quandaries, I guess, that we have with elk management, is we got to find ways to have our publics remove elk, and sometimes that overlaps with some other existing uses that are out there. But if we don't, we're going to have a really hard time getting the control of these elk populations in some parts of the state. And you'll hear President Doobie and Director Nesbitt and Rick King and I were at the bow hunters meeting in Sheridan, and we heard a lot of those same concerns that there's different values that are out there, and ultimately we need to decide what's the best way to go. And if we can't reduce elk populations, I think there's going to be bigger effects down the road if we can't control elk. Moving over to the Sheridan region, Region 3, general management direction, all herds there are over their population objectives. Here they have a lot of private land access limits, and in many other hunt areas, they have liberal antlerless cow-calf seasons, and then in areas 120, 113, and 123, they alternate season structure every other year. The proposals there include increasing the any elk licenses in 113 to 75, and they'll lose the area 123 will be reduction of 100. Antlerless elk will be an increase of 75. Cow-calf elk increase 145. Again, as I mentioned, we had a request for a September archery season in area 129, and we also heard from the public that there were damage concerns. That damage concern addressed that we remove area 38 type 6 license. Green River region. The general management direction here is to increase hunter opportunity in type 1 hunts in areas 100 and 124. So kind of between Rollins and Rocks and Green River, you have these two big hunt areas. There's also an incredibly high public demand for licenses and extremely high hunter expectations on quality. And these are desert sagebrush hunts, and so those elk are pretty visible. And so when you start putting a lot of hunters out there, it becomes quite visible to the people that have licenses, and they tend to see each other a lot. And so there are some concerns from the public about those opportunities and how that's managed. The region needs to continue to address local damage and overall population levels, and they are liberalizing their any and antlerless seasons with some of their hunts. Overall, within the region, they're looking to increase any elk licenses by 85, antlerless elk licenses by 150, and a slight reduction in the cow-calf. From the public, as I mentioned, there's concerns over too many licenses proposed in Hunt Area 100. And then again, they're also voicing some concerns about low bull quality with the high numbers of bulls that they're seeing. There's continued concerns about hunter density and steamboat, which is Area 100, the South Rock Springs, 30 through 32, and then also the Sierra Madre over here, and more accessible areas within the Green River herd unit to the west. Moving to the Laramie region, general direction is to address populations that are over objective, and again, they're using liberal seasons, provide consistent opportunity with the available access. And so it's not as simple as just adding another 200 licenses to some of those areas, because as Commissioner Brokaw can attest, you'll have hunters contacting a lot of landowners, and there's just not any place for them to go. And so the region really has to balance how many licenses they're providing in some of these hunt areas consistent with what they feel that their landowners can afford to take on because of the private land issues. And they also have to develop hunting seasons that mitigate that elk damage to private land. Proposed season changes for this year include any elk increase 50 licenses, increase antlerless elk 300 licenses, and they're adjusting their season lengths in the Snowy Range and Shirley Mountain herds to maximize that opportunity. One of the major concerns that you'll see from all the species for the Laramie region is there's concerns about what that Mullen fire did to their opportunity. For the other species, that ties back to the carryover licenses that will be hunting again this year, and is their opportunity for how can the region adjust their season recommendations to not have too much hunting pressure in that area. But from an impact just directly on the species, Wildlife Coordinator Ember Hall had monitored a number of different species there. And those animals just moved around the fire as it moved through, and then they went back to their normal patterns. And so from a species standpoint, it wasn't a major issue for that impacts on the populations. Moving up to the Lander region, Region 6. General management direction, elk population, of course, doing well throughout the region. They're looking to maintain or increase harvest to manage their populations towards their objective. Overall, they're proposing to increase licenses by 40 licenses in the region, and antlerless cow-calf licenses would be increased 275. Some of the concerns include lengthening hunt area 28, the antlerless season. And again, if we have growing elk populations, one of the tools is either increase licenses or lengthen the season. And sometimes that can, some folks can have a little bit of concern when there's more opportunity or a season length that's been changed. There's some concerns about hunter crowding in area 25, which is this area here. And then hunter and landowner desire to return cow seasons to 118 to an October 1st date. I think we did that. So we did make that change. Moving over to the Casper region. And when we get done, I'll, Mr. President, I've got a sheet that talks about a change that we made, and then I'll highlight some of the changes we made as a result of public comment, just so that we're aware of what the regions have done. Casper region, again, the kind of the green L shape here. The general direction again is to maximize elk harvest throughout the region, maintain the quality on those public lands to the extent possible. As I mentioned, when you have a season structure, people will gravitate towards those blocks of public land to have access, and there's a balance there to try and not have too many people hitting the same public land areas. There's also, they need to address personnel and public landowner concerns about bull quality and the ratios that they're seeing in Area 7. And the season proposals for this year include, and I'll touch on a little bit more, but an opportunity to provide some additional opportunity for the public there in Area 7. And there's an effort to continue to increase harvest of elk in the Black Hills. And as I mentioned, we've got those growing elk populations in some of those areas and a lot of private land. It makes it really challenging for the managers. So the proposals for this year, any elk, increase 175 licenses. Cow-calf licenses increase 300. And then this year, you'll see this is new, and I'm sure some of you may have heard about this, is the Hunt Area 7, they want to create a Type 2, and that is 350 licenses for 4-point or less elk. And the reason for that is we had a number of landowners that asked us to consider a license type that would focus pressure on a certain segment of the population of male elk. And if we did that, they would be able to let more people on their properties, because the bull ratios are running about 50 per 100 cows. And so it's an incredibly high number of bulls. So the issues raised tie back to that. That's that increase in Hunt Area 7. What are we doing with that 51 bulls per 100 cows? And we did have really good landowner support and public support. But on the other side of that, there was some opposition to coming up with this type of season. And so we'd like to give it a trial phase and see what kind of access we get and what kind of hunting success we get from those new license types. The last region, Pinedale region. So this is all herd units within this are at their trend objectives. So as I mentioned with pronghorn, we do some survey flights, and then we apply some statistical modeling to indicate what the density or the abundance of the population is. Within some of these elk herds, we have trend objectives, and that basically, when these herd units that have a lot of the elk go to feed grounds, managers go out and count the elk on feed, and then they get in the helicopter and they fly the adjacent areas. And each year they get a pretty good sense of what's there for elk numbers in that population. So in this region, their herds are trend, or what they actually count. They continue to have some liberal seasons in the region. They've reduced Area 92 Type 6 licenses, and that's consistent with a lot of the feedback that they had from their publics. They would like to see the opportunity reduced there. They had seasons that ran into November there, and they're actually backing off from that a little bit this year. And they're also working on increasing general license hunting in areas 86 and 87, which is the hoback, and that's to address the the growing elk population there. The proposal for this year includes an increase of 50 licenses in the region and no changes to cow or calf licenses. And as I mentioned earlier, there's concerns from the public regarding that 96 Type 2 license, the damage season. That's in 96 over here. And that's to address those elk when they come onto private lands. And then there's difficulties that were voiced from the hunter comments about finding elk during the 2020 season. And it wasn't because the elk weren't there, it was just conditions were pretty tough for hunters. So looking at our 10-year trend on elk, you can see, unlike deer, it's been pretty static. And then this last year, it did bump up a little bit. And we'll see that also probably increase this year if we have good hunting conditions this fall. And our managers are just trying to maintain opportunity to control elk populations in much of the state, except when you get to the very western part of the state, and there we managed to maintain a stable population. Looking at the quotas across the state, we have those type licenses, and you'll see the increases pretty much across the board until you get down to the Type 8. There's a slight change there. But overall, we're about 1,900 licenses more than last year. And I think all of our managers wish that this was what the deer populations were doing, but it's the elk, and we're doing what we can to control those populations. Limited quota licenses in 2020, 42,550. This year we're proposing 44,430. And so we made a number of changes this year due to public comment. And in the packet of information we provided the commission, we adjusted seasons on 6 different hunt areas that address public comment. And this was one comment that came in following the April 2nd end of public comment period. And so the Cody region was proposing to move up the quota of 350 in area 61 to 500 licenses. And this will help managers move that elk population towards objective. And Mr. President, I have an errata sheet that highlights that. And so what we did in previous years when we had an amendment to the proposed draft regulation, the commission would vote to support the amendment first, and then they would vote, then they would take a motion to support the Chapter 7 regulation. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, we do have a blue sheet. Cy Gillen.
President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. My name is Cy Gilliland. I'm the current president of the Wyoming Outfitter and Guides Association. I'm also a member of the newly appointed Wildlife Task Force, and I want to talk to you a little bit about an area that happened this year. And I'm not asking you to change it. I just really want to point this out as to why we need to look at some different ways of how we manage our elk, in particular with the archery seasons. So if you remember, Doug pointed out elk areas 89 and 90 are, that's an area I outfit in, is receiving a 6-day cut in the rifle season. Well, upon investigating and looking at the data, the harvest data from our manager, Gary Freilich, the amount of elk that are being killed in that area by archers has risen significantly over the last several years. And there's no doubt we've impacted our bulls. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes to adjusting seasons to try to fix that problem, the only people that take a haircut are the rifle hunters. And the bow hunters have their amount of harvest that they've impacted on that area has grown significantly over the last several years. And I think that's a rising case in all of our general elk areas in particular. And limited quota areas is a different deal. There's 400 tags, there's 400 tags. If they kill them with the bow, if they kill them with the rifle, whatever. But we've failed, I think our managers have failed to really look at that issue just because this is the way we always do business. If we need to shorten the season, we shorten the rifle season. But we don't ever ask the bow hunters to have less of a season. And things have changed so much out there on the landscape. Bow hunting is not what it was 30 years ago when we started with these 30-day seasons. I mean, these people are shooting crossbows and killing elk efficiently at over 100 yards. And even the longbows that they're using now, they're just different animals. And so the harvest that we're seeing across the state on elk during the archery season is significantly different than it was when we came up with, you know, these really liberal archery seasons for 30 days. And something's got to change. I mean, it's something's just different out there. We just can't go down this road of continually having 30-day archery seasons, having this kind of harvest on them, and then asking the rifle hunters who, and in area 89 and 90, it's amazing how close the harvest is becoming between archery hunters and rifle hunters. It's amazing. So the only people that have to take a haircut that lose season time is the rifle hunters. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I think the task force, one of the issues I think it has to address is this whole issue with and possibly a choose your weapon type deal, because it's time the state needs to look at this. We can't continue along the same path. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Si? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other questions from the public? Anybody online? Anybody sitting out there? All right, so if I understand you correctly, you would like us to pass the amended
Mr. President, members of the commission, that's
regarding Area 61 first, correct? Amended.
Yeah.
We entertain a motion to do so.
Mr. President, I would move we include the changes of Hunt Area 61 into our Chapter 7 regulation considerations.
I'll second.
Is that what you want? Doug, is that what you want? So then we'll vote on the whole regulation now. All right. Everybody understand that? Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Byrd, I believe, to accept the amendment to Chapter 7, Hunt Area 61. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, next up, I would entertain a motion to approve the entire Chapter 7.
I would move to approve Chapter 7 for the season setting as recommended by the state.
I'll second.
That's moved by Commissioner Roberts, second by Commissioner Byrd to accept Chapter 7 as proposed by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Any questions? Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, thanks. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Lamb hunting meeting.
So we're ready to go to Chapter 8, mooses. Megan said to tell you that she sent you an email with that information you wanted.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, moving on to Chapter 8, and we will talk, this regulation is moose seasons, and statewide, you know, we're seeing some populations that are, you know, increasing. We have some that are stable, and it's, you know, better than seeing that population declines. but we're seeing trends increasing in, particularly in good calf ratios in Sublet and Jackson. Jackson had 56 calves this last year, and Pinedale had 46 calves per 100 cows. And so that's pretty encouraging when we start seeing ratios like that. And we'll talk a little bit about the trends in the rest of the state as we move through these slides. Overall, carryover licenses are an issue, and particularly when you get into a natural, kind of a natural disaster, if you will, or a natural wildfire like the Mullen Fire. Causes some of our publics a little bit concerned when people are not afforded the opportunity to hunt in the year that they drew the license, and they ask to be able to carry that license over. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the Laramie region. So in Jackson, harvest objectives are being met. 16 and 37 are along the state line. That's the Targhee herd. They maintain a, average age of 6.5, which is a pretty phenomenal bull. And, the effort is still at 10.3 days, and 55% of the moose that are harvested there are over 5 years old. The population is a little bit below the trend count in the Jackson area. And if you remember, Jackson historically had a modeled population. We came to the commission. We used to have a population objective, I think it was 3,600 moose. And then models don't really work. Computer statistic models don't really work with small populations. So the moose we really struggled with, and we went to a trend objective in the Jackson herd a number of years ago. And they're counting about 200 and I think just under 250 moose there, but that's a little bit below their trend objective that they would like to see. So Jackson stays fairly conservative on their season structure, but this last year they did see the highest calf ratio since 1994, which is really encouraging because without that reproduction, you're not going to have those adults, and you're not going to see those bull ratios change if you don't have calves surviving on the landscape. Proposed season, there's really no proposed season changes for this year. As I mentioned, the region's fairly conservative on their moose management, and they've got some areas south of Yellowstone. These 5 areas, this is actually out of the Cody, the thoroughfare. Those areas are all closed. And then the south areas here, these 2 are combined, and then area 18 stands alone, but they maintain a minimal number of licenses there just to provide opportunity. And then they're kind of continuing to monitor those trends in that population there. The public has a real desire to see more moose. You guys probably got to see a couple of moose when you went on your tour, and it's real popular in Wyoming to, especially on those tours, for people to see moose. And whenever there's one along the road north of town, there's usually a string of cars that are pulled over to check them out. So the region also deals with a lot of concerns that hears from the public about predation and overall survival of both calves and adults because of the wolf populations and grizzly bears as they expand. And wasn't 30 years ago, it wasn't a huge deal for survival of those adult animals, but now that we've got the large carnivores, there is some concern there, and managers maintain a conservative season structure to allow that population to a little bit compensate for that predation, but it's a very slow change in the overall numbers, but seeing more calves is always a positive sign.
Doug, I just wanted to say, interrupt you for a second. On the tour we took yesterday, I was surprised to learn by the eco-tours people that the largest requested species to see on their tours is not wolves, not grizzly bears, it's moose. That's what people want to see is moose. So that was the first I'd heard of that. I thought that was interesting. Thought I'd drop that off.
Thank you. And I think our regional managers are sensitive to that too, and so they take that into account as they're developing season proposals. With the presence of the protected areas like Grand Teton National Park, and if you look at the Jackson area, Area 19 is also closed. That's a lot of the area by the airport. And when you go north of town, that's everything off on the left side of the road before you get to Grand Teton. And there's there's a pretty strong hold there, and that's where we see a lot of public concern about animals on the roadway. So Highway 22 and 390 is bisects that area, and so there's a lot of interest from the public on doing things that help protect those animals and allow them to get across the roadways there. Out of the Cody region, general management direction is really to maintain populations and the quality that they have. They are interested in providing additional opportunity in the future. They feel that their numbers are increasing in the trend that they're observing. And so particularly in that area 42, you'll see some changes proposed this year in the Chapter 8 regulation for those seasons. So in general, any moose, there's no changes out of the Cody region for those. But the antlerless moose, they are proposing an increase of 5 licenses. And then one change they made because the public comment was Area 42 will be open September 1 for archery. Some of the comments region received, asking to improve harvested moose teeth submission. We had a person that asked that we somehow require people to make it a mandatory field check. One thing that we have done is asked our managers, so because we only have a small number of licenses per area, the regions can actually reach out to those individual license holders and basically give them a pretty strong pitch that we need to have that data. Instead of requiring another 300 plus people to bring their moose to a regional office, we would rather have the regions make an individual contact with license holders and ask them to bring their tooth in, or have a manager run out and collect that tooth sample from them instead of having a mandatory check. That's kind of where we were at with that public comment. We also had comments received requesting that change in the special archery season, and I'll talk about a little more when we get to the Sheridan region, but there is 3 hunt areas in Wyoming that opened on September 15th, and we had a request that we consider moving that to September 1. So moving over to the Sheridan region, all their areas are above objective. They have high bull to cow ratios. They have a really good age structure to the population. And the bighorn moose collaring study, which the commission funded, I think it was 3 years ago, is coming to a close. And so when that study started, we closed the cow season. So the type 4 licenses, we removed them from the season structure. And now that that hunting season or that research is ending, the managers would like to reinitiate and have some limited cow hunting in the bighorns, and they feel that that population can sustain that. They have good calf ratios. There's really not any predation events on those populations, and so they can sustain some antlerless harvest. And the public, there's a certain segment of the public that really likes to have an opportunity to hunt moose, and if they can if they can go out and take advantage of that with the cow season, they'd love to see that. So the region is proposing some cow harvest in that area. They're looking at they're maintaining quality, so they're watching their bull harvest pretty closely, because at some point they feel that they may have to adjust that if population trends change. The proposed season changes for this year include no changes to any moose licenses, but like I said, adding 10 licenses, so 5 in each area, 5 in 1 and 5 in 34. And then also to open those 2 areas to archery on September 1. Green River region, southwest part of the state, general management direction is to maintain herd objectives and allow populations to increase. They want to provide opportunity but maintain that quality for those older age class bulls. They also need to address local damage concerns. They have a number of animals, in the wintertime move down into riparian habitats on the lower Green River, and the numbers of moose can get a little bit challenging for some of those folks that live along that river corridor. And so they're looking to, maintain some pressure on animals to reduce that damage or impacts to riparian habitats. No changes proposed for this year from the Green River region hunt areas. And public concerns they've heard about include the lower opportunity and the reduced ability to draw moose licenses. And again, when you have a limited quota season structure and you're maintaining the high success, you don't have a lot of opportunity. And moose are the prime example of that. Is the managers want to maintain a high quality. They don't offer a lot of licenses because you want to have more moose on the landscape. And so there's a balance there. And of course, the people that don't draw a license or have to wait 22 years with their preference points to get a license, they often voice some concern with that. In the Laramie region, direction is to maintain a stable population consistent with what the habitat can sustain, provide opportunity to harvest those quality bulls, and then evaluate willow communities ahead of their 2022 objective review. So they have a trend objective here for this moose population, and next summer we'll be coming to you with a proposal for what the managers would like to strive for within that moose population. And proposed season changes, nothing proposed for this year. And again, the public had some real concerns about the Mullen Fire and what it would do to the license structure there. They had 4 Type 1 licenses held over and 6 Type 4 licenses. So managers are pretty confident that that population will do fine with those licenses carried over for this year. And they're going to maintain that opportunity. I'm just going to look up the Snowy Range here. Move over to Lander. And in I'll just mention in the Snowy Range, the objective there is 75. And so typically we're counting a lot more than that in the population. And so they're reevaluating how many moose are in that population so we can bring a number back to you next year on what we would really like to manage for there in that population. In the Lander region, the general direction is to maintain that quality and the hunting opportunity to the extent possible. It's a low density moose population across their part of the region. And, and they maintain a pretty conservative season structure, and the people that have those licenses really have a good hunt, and there's really no changes proposed, and they haven't heard any concerns from their public. Pinedale region, kind of the stronghold for the Shiras moose population. The herd is sublet herd is stable near at the low end of their objective. So if you remember, we have a trend objective plus or minus 10%. And so they have a 1,200 objective, and their last year they counted about 1,100 animals. So population's doing quite well there. 46 calves per 100, 66 bulls per 100 cows. And whenever you have anything over 30 calves per 100 and moose and limited predation on that population, there's some good things going on with that population, and there's some opportunity that they can continue to provide hunter opportunity there. They have 97% hunter success, and the average is 4-year-old bulls there. No changes proposed this year. They do have some concern from the public regarding their Type 4 licenses, and we've talked before the commission and other years when we presented the Chapter 8 regulation is that managers would like to maintain that Type 4 license opportunity because it does address some localized issues that ranchers and others deal with when those animals start to congregate for the winter later in the season. So they want to maintain some opportunity to reduce antlerless animals in the population. Generally, we're hearing from the public that they are seeing more moose in recent years, so that's pretty encouraging there. Looking at the trends, you can see the last 10-year trend. We have declined significantly from 2011, but hopefully we'll continue to see a little bit of an uptick with the additional licenses we're proposing for this year. This trend line will actually bump up a little bit in 2021. Statewide net changes include adding 15 Type 4 licenses. That's the antlerless moose licenses. And total harvest this year was 310. And you'll see that the quota from 2020 was 340, and that goes to 355. And those additional licenses were all in the bighorns where that study is ending, and managers would like to get back to providing some antlerless moose opportunity for the public. And so that concludes the presentation on the Chapter 8, but we do have an errata sheet because the draft regulation was modified after it was posted and after we gave you the packet on the Google Drive that you have access to. We changed areas 1, 34, and 42 for that archery season dates, and you'll see on the screen there. And Mr. President, I have that errata sheet here. I'll hand to you. Again, it's our recommendation that you vote on the amendment and then look at the overall Chapter 8 regulation after that.
All righty. Is there any comments online? Anybody from the audience? Okay, same thing. We'll entertain a motion on this adjustment.
Mr. President, I will move that we accept all the changes to the moose hunting seasons on the errata sheet. That work?
I'll second that.
Moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig to approve the changes on Chapter 8 on the errata sheet. Any comments, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to recommend adoption of Chapter 8.
I would move that we accept Chapter 8 and for the season setting.
I'd second that, Mr.
Moved
President.
by Commissioner Roberts, seconded by Commissioner Brokaw to accept the Chapter 8 moose hunting recommendations. Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to break for lunch. We'll be back in, what time is it? Hour. We're back at 1.
President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So moving on to our next commission regulation that has some proposed changes is Chapter 9. This is bighorn sheep and mountain goat hunting seasons. And we'll get the PowerPoint up here in a second. But overall in the state, we're, we have localized sheep concerns, particularly with Whiskey Basin. If you recall, if you have your map there, hunt areas 10 and 8 have had some issues for a number of years. And in fact, since 1991, they've had pneumonia outbreaks there. And since that 91 outbreak, that population has just kind of been almost stagnated, not really recovered. Most of the other herds in the state, when they have some sort of disease outbreak, the population has a lag of about 3 years, and then we see, an increased lamb production, and the population starts to rebound. And that Whiskey Basin continues to be one of those areas of a concern. And the managers will have been working on being very conservative. They talk to their outfitting publics and the other folks that like to draw sheep licenses, and the public all supported maintaining hunting opportunity there. The other thing that the commission has done in the last couple years has provided support to Dr. Kevin Monteith at the Hobbs School and the co-op unit to start looking at sheep reproduction and trying to understand population performance as it pertains to body condition on those ewes, and looking at survival of the lambs when they're hit the ground. And so Kevin will be continuing that study, and that population seems to be doing, it's at a really low level, but when you get over to the Pinedale side, which is Hunt Area 8, they're doing, we just radio collared some sheep there as an extension of that Whiskey Basin study, if you will, on the east side of that divide. And so we're trying to look at a comparative analysis of sheep on both sides of that range of the Wind River Range. So on the DuBois side, the herd's really struggling, but then when you get onto the Pinedale side, it's not as clear that they seem to be doing a little bit better than DuBois. So more to come on that. The managers continue to, monitor those populations and develop season proposals that provide opportunity, but again, balance where they're at. On this side of the divide, or up on this side of the state where you've got the Jackson sheep herd, populations look pretty darn good. They counted close to 500 sheep. They have an objective of 500 in the population, and they're right at that. And in the past, there's been concerns that when your sheep numbers reach a certain level, the habitat can't really sustain it, and so we're a little bit worried about some disease outbreaks, such as pneumonia in this herd. And in my career here, we've had two such outbreaks where the population declined 40 to 50%, and then 3 to 4 years later, lamb ratios returned to the 40s, and that population rebounded. And so we're back at a level where we've rebounded, and managers are looking at opportunities for public hunting there that might be increased in the future. Right now, the age structure of those rams in the Jackson herd are still on the younger side, and so maintaining a quality hunting experience for sheep involves having an opportunity to take older age class rams, and so we're still conservative in this area. So getting a little bit into the slides now, I'll just start off with the management direction. So Jackson has the Targhee, which is area 6, and they have an average age of 7.8 for those harvested rams, and that's right within the objective. I think Allie flew that, and it was right at 100 sheep that she saw this year. And so that area seems to be holding on. They offer a pretty limited opportunity there just because the low numbers and the difficult terrain. And the other part of that equation is that the bulk of those sheep are actually in Grand Teton Park. So the amount of opportunity there is pretty limited for our publics. And so when we have licenses available there, success can be pretty variable just because it's hard to get into those sheep. It's pretty technical country. Area 7, east of town here, again, that's where they counted close to 500 sheep. And the 3-year running average on that is 417. Area 8 is actually in the Pinedale region, and as I mentioned, that's on the kind of the south side of the Whiskey Basin herd, and we are looking at maintaining some hunting there. Success was off a little bit last year, but the sheep are there. There's opportunity there, so managers are going to continue to keep that season going. Area 24 is on the south end by the Big Piney area, and we just maintain one license there, and it's the managers counted 67 sheep, so it's a pretty good hunting opportunity for whoever draws that one license. And but they do have their work cut out for them because it's a big area, and those sheep are pretty hard to find. Proposed season changes for this year include dropping one license out of this area 8 by Pinedale, and again, there's opportunity there, and managers, comparatively to that area 10, the population does just a little bit better. Issues raised by the public with regard to the Jackson Pinedale bighorn sheep, concerns for that future pneumonia outbreak in area 7. And then there's continued concern over the declining sheep populations in 8, 9, and 10 off of that, especially that DuBois side. Moving over to the Cody region. Cody region has some of that's the crown jewel of our bighorn sheep management, and see if it'll change. Of course, they went and jumped ahead. So they can go back. There it is. So general management direction in Cody. They just completed a major winter survey effort and a summer survey effort there, and they counted just over 3,000 sheep each time. Summer population estimate with a citability. So if you have a statistical methods established and you meet all the statistical rigor of applying a model, you can predict kind of what you missed in the population. And so that's what you'll see here with the citability correction factor. That's a statistical assistance that's applied to that estimate, and they estimate that they're at about 4,700 sheep in that population. It's a great sheep population. Lamb ratio is around 40 per 100 ewes, significantly higher than the 10-year average of 30. And I like to look at those sheep populations, and if you're at about 30 lambs, it's probably just kind of holding its own. But if once you get exceeded that level, we start to see that population doing a little bit better, and we're pretty encouraged by that ratio of lambs. Devil's Canyon is area 12, and that area remains relatively healthy and is producing some really good rams. Real high demand for licenses, for people really love to be able to apply for those areas. Changes proposed for this year include the two less licenses in Hunt Area 5, and in Devil's Canyon, no changes proposed there. There's a lot of concern with the Absaroka herd because of the wild sheep have the potential to overlap domestic sheep in the Owl Creek drainage near Thermopolis. And you may remember last year we did an emergency regulation in Area 5 to allow those hunters in there earlier into that Owl Creek drainage to try and keep wild sheep from filtering down towards where the domestic sheep are grazing. And this year we included that in the regulation in chapter 9. You'll see that, let's see, it's August 1 to August 31 that those hunters can hunt in the Owl Creek drainage, so a little early. And that basically is designed to provide a little pressure on that wild sheep population to keep them from dropping down in elevation to where the domestic sheep may be grazing. Looking at the Laramie region, the direction in Laramie is to maintain a stable population, provide opportunity to harvest quality rams, which is pretty standard across all of our bighorn sheep herds, is to maintain a high quality. Again, our public really likes to see opportunity to get an older age class ram. Those 6 to 8 year old rams start to get into that range. They want to maintain high hunter success, and they are studying habitat use in Encampment River and monitoring disease status as well. No changes proposed for this year, and really the public did not raise any concerns with management in the Laramie region. Moving to Lander, this is the kind of the heart of our bighorn sheep management in Wyoming, and that's the Whiskey Basin herd, which historically was renowned for its numbers of sheep and the visible nature of those sheep when they're on winter ranges. And a lot has changed in the last 30 years since that 1991 sheep die-off. Their direction in the region is to improve and maintain herd viability. And the concern there is that are those numbers in Whiskey Basin sustainable over time, or are we going to continue to see the numbers of sheep on winter ranges dwindle? And so we're watching that pretty close. We've got some top-notch field managers there, and they're also coordinating with Kevin Monteith on, again, looking at population performance tied to body condition and some of the, the habitat values that they have in that area. That study also is looking at the effect of pneumonia and does it carry on to those lambs when they're on the ground. They're also monitoring bighorn sheep in the Ferris Seminole on the kind of the southeast portion of the area, and that population's doing quite well, and they want to look at maintaining or increasing hunting opportunity where it can be afforded in that region. They're proposing an increase of 3 ram licenses this year, and some of the issues that were raised, again, tied back to that number of sheep in that Whiskey Basin country, and the public really supported maintaining some hunter opportunity there because of they feel like they had an off year there. They didn't have very good success on bighorn sheep hunting last year. Moving to the Casper region. Again, the Casper region, their efforts on bighorn sheep management are tied to Elk Mountain, southeast of Newcastle, Wyoming. And they maintain 100% license success on those mature rams. And class 4 are those bigger rams that you'll see in a population. They manage very closely this population with South Dakota. It's a shared herd. It was a sheep transplant that occurred in South Dakota, and Wyoming actually had some pretty good habitat in Elk Mountain. And then probably, I'd like to say maybe 20 years ago, that area burned. And there's some pretty good ideal habitat for sheep on the Wyoming side of that. There's no proposed season changes for this year. Their license allocation is 2 resident and 1 non-resident, and really no concerns raised by the public for this in this region. Looking at trends, and this is a little bit concerning too, similar to our mule deer, where the numbers, the trend line is pretty downward, and we are concerned about that. We're looking forward to, again, some of the areas of the state, things are looking up. If we can keep from having pneumonia in places like Jackson, we'll see over the next 2 years that trend line should start bumping up a little bit. And then if Kevin's research gives us a little bit more of some foundational answers about what's going on, and maybe we can start looking at some habitat conditions there, or have an understanding of what's going on with those lambs when they hit the ground. Because as I mentioned earlier, once those lambs are on the ground in whiskey, they just don't seem to survive. And so we're trying to find some understanding for that. Looking at the statewide changes, type 1, there's no changes for this year. Last year we harvested 132 out of 180 licenses. And again, managers felt that sheep were on the landscape, but with the hunting conditions last fall, it just made it really challenging for our license holders to get out and have success. So we'd like that success to be a little bit higher than that. And hopefully this year we'll see that harvest level bump up just slightly. And so Chapter 9 includes mountain goat and bighorn sheep. And what I'd like to do, Mr. President, is just move right on to the second portion of Chapter 9. Does that be okay? All right. Moving into the rest of Chapter 9 is the mountain goat hunting seasons. This is the Jackson side of this. Area 2 is the Palisades area. That was the primary area in this part of the state where we were hunting mountain goats. These goats came from a transplant in Idaho, and they filtered into Wyoming, and there was some really good habitat in Wyoming, and so that population took off. And as you can see in the first bullet here, the trend counts 120. I believe that Gary counted 122 this year. We have 88 hunter success last year, and that the population there is it's pretty stable. Gary's pretty sensitive to how many licenses are afforded there, because you can, with goats, you can cause the population to decline fairly easily if you get too much hunting pressure on them. So Gary maintains a license quota there that we feel is pretty adequate. When you get into Area 4, if you remember a few years ago, we added Area 4 into 2 so that we could try and get some people to go up there and hunt adjacent to Grand Teton National Park's boundary. And we really didn't see many people go up there. And so we split that hunt area. And then last year we created a Hunt Area 4 Type A license. And that is, the license is designed to reduce the number of goats in that area because they overlap with the bighorn sheep. If you look at the bighorn sheep map, Area 4 is basically Hunt Area 6 for wild sheep. And so managers are trying to maintain a reduced number of goats in that population. And last year, the Park Service also used skilled volunteers to go in and reduce goat numbers on their side of the border. And we had Hunt Area 4A license types available as well, 2 years ago, actually. And so last year, the hunter success on that Type A license dropped to 28%. And the reason for that is that license type is working. We wanted to reduce goat numbers. And if you reduce goat numbers, your hunter success is going to decline as well if you're being successful. And so we did reduce those numbers. Last year, 11 of the 40 licenses harvested, and they killed 5 billies and 6 nannies. And then on the Park Service side, they took 45, if I heard you right through your math. And so that worked really well, and we reduced those sheep or those goat densities. And again, that's all in the name of maintaining a core native bighorn sheep herd in that area. So last year when Allie flew, she was seeing mountain goats overlapping with the bighorn sheep range. And the concern we have is that the mountain goats have a lot of the bacterial pathogens that can cause sheep to come down with pneumonia. And also they compete for the same resources on the landscape. And so our efforts were with that 4A license, and the Park Service's effort was to reduce those goat densities. And all indications are that we were pretty successful, especially when you look at this 28% success with 40 licenses there. Proposed season changes for this year, there's nothing proposed. Issues raised from the public, and provided general support for both of those areas that they manage for mountain goats in the Jackson area. Moving over to Cody. Cody also has some efforts with an A-type license to reduce goat presence in a portion of the area to kind of give wild sheep a little bit of an edge. And so, but with that being said, they do have Hunt Area 1, which is their core mountain goat herd, and there's an effort to maintain a stable to increasing goat population there. But they also want to reduce goat numbers in Area 3 because that overlaps with some of that really important wild sheep habitat as well. Because those mountain goats are fairly aggressive and they are expanding their range. And so they do offer some additional hunting opportunity there to, not additional, but they offer hunting opportunity there to keep that goat population in check. So the proposed season changes for this year, they have a type limitation for Area 3 that restricts hunters into areas where they want to keep the mountain goats from expanding and having more opportunity there. They also have a type 1 they're going to add 4 licenses to, and then the type 2 they reduced 4 licenses. And then there's a proposal to open earlier and restrict those hunters into the North Fork of the Shoshone drainage to kind of, again, provide some opportunity for the wild sheep to have a competitive edge over the mountain goats. The Hunt Area 5 type A licenses, they were going to reduce that by 4 licenses this year. They did not have any goats harvested with that license type last year. So at this point, they're able to start reducing that. They're going to maintain 4 licenses in that area for mountain goats, but there's not a real need to have a very high number of licenses there because the success was 0 last year. And if you look at the mountain goat harvest here, you can see over the last 10 years, when we started the 4A and 5A licenses, this harvest again was primarily in 4A. That jumped up. We'll see that number drop a little bit more now that we're being, what we think we're being successful at reducing those goat numbers in those key habitat areas for the bighorn sheep areas. And so no type changes for Jackson, but Cody, they were going to reduce that type 4A or the type A down 4 licenses. And statewide, that's a reduction of 4 licenses. And last year, the harvest was 56 animals with 55% success. And so with that, I'd stand for questions, and then the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 9 seasons regulations as proposed.
Doug, you said in that hunt area 5 for goat type A that there was no success last year. What's the trend prior years?
There was no harvest, but so in that area, managers know there's a few goats out there and they want to afford the opportunity for people to go in there and try and remove that goat that's there, the one that we know of. There could be other ones in that drainage, but hunters just aren't coming up with, and they're not finding that animal that's out there.
So we're trying to hunt one goat?
We know there's a goat there, but that's just one observation. You know, there's a lot of terrain and a lot of little hidey holes out there that other ones could be present.
I just looking at the comment, and I tend to agree with that. Why would you even bother to apply?
Anything to add to that? You can come up.
I don't mean to make a mountain out of a molehill. I was just curious.
You know, overall, the goal is, from our management standpoint, is keep some pressure out there, because we know that from past translocation projects, relocation projects in Idaho and in Montana, those goats have filtered long distances. That's how they got into Grand Teton. That's how they got into the Area 1 out of Cody. And so what we want to do is keep some pressure there, so that if additional animals start to disperse, we have some opportunity there to remove them, rather than us giving one of their managers a permit and saying, go get that goat. We'd rather our publics had the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, so President Doobie, Commission, in 5A, I think the first year we actually killed 2 goats. We had 16 licenses, killed 2 goats. Second year, no goats. I believe this was the 3rd year, and again, no goats killed this year. We're aware of 1. We even tried to direct some hunters to that spot. I think he was even spotted by a hunter, but just unable to connect with it. So it is very low. That's why we've reduced the number down to 4. We're trying not to sell a pig in a poke, but at the same time, we're trying to keep pressure on at least the 1 goat that we know of, and any others that may be there. And some of the comments that were received through the public process was actually referring to 3, and that the Area 3, that South Fork only hunt, is going to be a very difficult hunt, but there's certainly some opportunity there. We have sheep hunters that go into that country and harvest sheep, so we believe the goat hunters will go into that country as well. But it will be a difficult hunt.
How come you couldn't just have that area, if you have one of the other licenses valid in that area too?
Area 3, we still feel that that's an
No, I
area that
mean
we-
the 5. The area
5?
5, yeah.
I guess I didn't understand the question, sir.
Yeah, whichever one, you're right. I mean, the one that was, you didn't have any harvesting last year. Was that 5 or 3?
That's 5A.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're trying to, so somebody that buys a 5A license, that doesn't count against their lifetime license.
Okay.
And so
I didn't know that.
it's, we don't want to put a license that's a once in a lifetime.
Yeah, right,
and have to
exactly.
hunt 5A. So a 5A hunt, it does not count against their once in a lifetime. In the Area 3, it would.
All right, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Same as 4A.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Megan? Questions, comments from the commission? Entertain a motion?
I would move that we approve Chapter 9 as proposed.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Roberts, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept the Chapter 9 recommendations by the department. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Now it's scrolling. All right. Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So moving on to Chapter 11, upland game bird, small game seasons. And this regulation establishes our hunting season dates, bag and possession limits, and shooting hours for all upland game bird species. The Springer permit is also outlined in this area, in this regulation as well. So we start off with a number of species, but that basically a lot of the changes that you'll see in this regulation are tied to moving dates to either standard dates or moving towards a weekend opening date that we typically provide a recommendation to change to each year. And so sage grouse is no exception. We'd like to stay with the same season length, the same bag and possession limits. Just the calendar dates were changed there to address, just changes to where the weekend falls. The blue and rough grouse seasons are pretty standard. They're the same season that we've had for some time now. No changes proposed there. Chucker seasons also, the same season dates, same bag and possession limits on chucker, partridge, and sharp-tailed grouse. And the pheasant seasons, you'll see that there are some changes here. That's mostly moving towards some standard opening dates to allow the public a little more opportunity to hunt. So we went from November 7th to a November 1st opening date in these areas. And then in the Bud Love and the Sand Mesas, they would stay, the calendar date shifts slightly, but then we'd have a youth-only hunt days of November 1 or November 19th to 21st for the yellowtail. And that's providing a hunting on a three-day weekend. So it gives those folks a little bit more opportunity to hunt. Instead of Saturday, Sunday, they'd be able to hunt on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then these dates, again, address some weekend changes, some opportunities just to match those dates up with either a standard opener or a weekend date opener. Cottontail seasons, the small game seasons, they would stay the same as last year. And then that concludes the small upland game bird commission regulation, chapter 11, and the department recommends that the commission approve the hunting season regulation as proposed.
Thank you, Doug. Any comments from the public? Anybody in the room? Any questions from the commission for Doug on chapter 11?
I move we accept the recommendation for chapter 11.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jolovich, who's first of the commissioner. Seconded by Commissioner Ludwell, her first of the year. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Congratulations. Your first motion was to pass the rabbit season.
Thanks, Brian. We did good.
Mr. President and Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, moving on to chapter 14 is the migratory game bird hunting season and light goose conservation order. And this is a collaboration of season development that works through the flyway councils. And so Wyoming is a member of the Pacific Flyway and the Central Flyway. The Central Flyway, of course, being off to the east of Wyoming, and then the Pacific Flyway, we're a member state with the other 11 western states that go to the coast. And there's a lot of season structure that has a framework to it that we have to maintain a certain number of days or closing dates that don't exceed a certain level. So the bag limits are also collaboratively developed under the the framework through the flyway councils. And so we'll start off with sandhill cranes. They're a migratory bird and set through the flyway council framework as well. And we had concerns over the last couple of years. That we've got two crane populations. We have this, I believe it's the central population and the Rocky Mountain population. And a lot of our Rocky Mountain population is limited by a quota. And over the last couple of years, we really struggled with landowners that were frustrated with the number of cranes that either were staging in their areas or just in fact actually nesting on their properties. And they can be a little bit of a concern when there's hundreds of birds in a field. And so we've been working towards monitoring cranes, and out of a 3-year average, this year we did get, there the numbers did start increasing, and so we did get some increases in our quotas. In the central flyway over here, the seasons are pretty standard, that there's opportunity there, but Wyoming just doesn't have a lot of birds that come into Wyoming from the central flyway, so it's not as big of a deal for us. And so you can see here, these are the hunt areas that are in the more of the western part of the state, and all of our quotas were bumped up this year significantly, which was a big boost for us. We're really happy to see that. We felt over the last few years that we had plenty of sandhill cranes, and we needed to start looking at ways to help support that increase in the quotas. And we did get that this year, and so that was a good thing for us. And so season dates and some changes there, but it's all tied to the numbers of birds that are showing up in that Rocky Mountain population. Area 7, some date changes just to correspond with weekends. And again, that's at Area 7, and there's just not a lot of birds there for the hunting public, but the season's pretty liberal there. The migratory game bird hunting season framework follows, again, the Pacific Flyway and Central Flyway, and you can see the divide between the two areas. And we've got zones and splits that help address the timing of bird migrations and freeze up. And so, for example, you'll see down here in C2 is kind of that Laramie Plains and a lot of that higher elevation habitat. A lot of that stuff freezes up, so you want to have all your hunter effort available early in the season. Where some of these other areas, the waters stay open a little bit longer, and the public is very attuned to being able to hunt migratory birds. So we maintain some splits and some season date changes that afford more opportunity for people to hunt. And so starting off with the Pacific Flyway, you'll see that we have split seasons for ducks, coots, and geese. And again, all those dates are kind of correspond with timing and when's the best opportunity for people to have some opportunity to hunt. One of the major changes that we have in this area is we added a definition for the South Park area, which is where we visited on Monday. And historically, the game warden would show up down there and post some signs for that closure. And this year we added it to the regulation to provide some clarity for our public so they could see in there that the regulation is spelled out instead of having a sign up that we have to put out there every fall. So that's just a matter of providing a little bit more of a consistent message to the public. Moving into the Central Flyway, and you'll see that there's some zones here. And again, that's to provide the opportunity for those publics to hunt. Those seasons, like just as an example, the light geese, they're split seasons, and that ties into when those birds are migrating and available for harvest. There's a time in the middle from January 2nd to February where there's birds around, but it's not as prominent or it's not as common to have a lot of hunting opportunity during that time frame. And so we have so many days that we can hunt, and based on public input, our recommendation is to split those seasons the way they are in the proposed regulation. Same goes with the C1 zone that's listed on here. Just some date changes from what it's been in the past, and it again provides opportunity for those publics when those birds are most available. And then we get over to the southeast part of the state, a little different here because that water stays open a little bit later. And so there's opportunity to hunt a little bit later in the season. We shifted dates slightly, again, to provide opportunity to the public. We did a waterfowl survey 2 years ago, and we made some changes to address the interest in maintaining that hunting opportunity there. Zone 2 is some of that higher elevation, more, those little reservoirs and stuff that freeze up early. And so you'll see that the dates available for hunting here are a little bit earlier because those birds move through, and then a lot of that water freezes up. So we want to make sure that our publics have opportunity to hunt there before everything freezes up. And that concludes the Chapter 14 migratory game bird seasons, and department recommends the commission, support this recommendation as presented.
Thanks, Doug. Any comments? Any from the audience? Any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. President, I have a question for Doug.
Mr. Brokaw.
How do we change the hunt area boundary for cranes? If we feel we have a huntable population in the Laramie Plains, how do we include that into a hunt area?
Yeah, so that hunt area actually has a lot of opportunity north of there. I'm trying to think, and I don't know if Noel, if you were on, Megan, if Noel is available, we could let her chime in here. I can back up to maybe I can. Because area 7, I'm trying to think if you're in area 7.
Can you
you're
guys
just out of it.
hear me? I'm on the line. Hi, this is Noel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Yep, President Doobie, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission. Commissioner Brokaw, it is possible to introduce new areas or expand hunt areas. It requires 3 years of monitoring according to the management plan for that population. So it would be something that we would have to implement 3 years in advance and then take to the Flyway Council for approval.
Okay. How do we start? Another question, how do we start the monitoring process? That looks like what I have to do first.
Did you hear that, Noel?
Yeah, so, that's something that as a department, if we decide we would like to do that, we could start as part of the fall survey. So we could start this coming year in September.
Excellent.
We can do that. Thanks, Noel. We can revisit about that and add that to our list to start considering that as a monitoring effort for us.
Sure,
And
thank you.
if I may, Mr. President, just to be real clear, so that's not a Wyoming Game and Fish Department management plan requirement. It's because they're managed under the Flyway Council, Migratory
yep.
Bird Treaty Act, all that. So.
Mhm.
Any other comments, Commissioner Brokaw? Does that answer your question?
No, that does. That's, thank you.
Any other comments? I would entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to accept the Chapter 14 regulations as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Lundvall, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept Chapter 14 recommendations as presented. Any questions? Any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. President and members of the commission, Director Nesvik, we'll move on to Chapter 15. This is the wild bison recreational hunting season. And if you recall, if you've been familiar with tracking this over time, and I've got a few slides to show, harvest levels and trends. This population, was in the 40s, was part of a Wyoming travel and tourism effort to showcase wildlife in the Rocky Mountain West. And in the 40s, there wasn't a lot of opportunity for the public to see wildlife. And so they had a captive bison herd at Oxbow Bend, so near Moran Junction. I'm not sure if you guys if your tour went to that far, but Oxbow Bend is this natural area kind of north and west of Moran Junction. They had a fenced in 1,500 acre exclosure there. They had bison in there and they kept tearing the fence down and getting out. And they went through a number of years where they finally just took the fence down and let the elk or let the bison go. And that population kind of plugged along until the 80s. Then they found their way to the National Elk Refuge. And from there, we saw a huge expansive population growth. And we knew that we had to start doing something. And so in the late 90s, we started hunting them. And then in 2007, as Gus showed you earlier, from the Park Service, there was a management plan from the National Elk Refuge, and they allowed some hunting of bison on the refuge, because at that time we were really concerned that the population was around 1,000 animals, and we didn't know how we were going to get that population turned around. The region worked pretty extensively with our refuge partners, and we've got some seasons set. They reduced that population, and so where we're at right now is the Type 4 license, which is the female bison license type. They're going to propose a reduction of 25 licenses there, and last year they harvested 109 animals and at 60% success. The emerging issues here are just achieving bison harvest in this herd unit. We never really thought that these animals were that sensitive to hunting pressure, but it turns out they're way more sensitive to hunting pressure than anyone really thought, and way more than elk. And they see hunters and they are back into the park fairly quick, or they don't move off onto the national forest very often. But the good news is we have them down to a population level that's pretty satisfactory from our standpoint, and managers are maintaining a season there to kind of keep that population at bay, if you will. And so you can see here, this is bison harvest summary, and the total, and then the cow and bull harvest over time. 2007, a little bit back off the graph, but that's when we started hunting on the National Elk Refuge. And then over time, that population just became, two things happened. The reproduction, we kind of got into them a little bit, and the population did decline, and they stopped using as much of the refuge as they were earlier. And we still have some coming to the refuge, but they're not as available for harvest. But that's, I guess from a management standpoint, that's okay for right now, just because the population's at a lower level. And you can see the population graph here. We were just over 1,000 animals in 2007, and how that, if you can imagine, from 1980 till here, it just kind of plugged along below 200. And then once they reached a certain point, that population just grew at a 15 to 20% growth rate. No mortality, nothing really can, affect them in the wintertime. And plus they were on feed. That population rose to 1,100. And then we started hunting them. And we're down here at this point now where we're just over 400 animals. So it's about where we want to be. But if you draw on those licenses, you got your work cut out for you, because if you're from the eastern part of the state, you got to run back over here a half a dozen times just to try and be successful, because those animals just are not that available for harvest. So most people that are putting in for that hunt are starting to realize the effort that it takes and the investment it takes to be successful in this hunt. Again, they're extremely sensitive to harvest. And so the recommendation, for this year, and if you look at that regulation, there's some minor changes to the narrative, but maintaining a type 1 season of 125, and then the type 4s, which are the female calf, is recommended to be 25. And so with that, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 15, the Wild Bison Recreational Hunting Season regulation as proposed.
Thank you. Megan, anyone in the audience? Any questions or comments from the commission?
I will move that we adopt Chapter 15, hunting, as presented.
Second that. It's moved by Commissioner Byrd, second by Commissioner Roberts, to accept the department's Chapter 15 recommendations. Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, thank you.
Wild turkey.
All right, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Moving on to our last chapter, commission regulation, and that is Chapter 20. That is the 2021 fall and 2022 spring wild turkey hunting seasons. And keep in mind, I think there's some people often think that you're setting the quota for this spring, but this is for the next following spring, because we're already into a season cycle for the 2021 spring turkey season. So for the fall 2021, there's some minor changes there with increasing some quotas for turkeys in area 2. And area 2, I'll show you on the map here. That's going to be this Natrona and Converse and Niobrara counties. And bird numbers there appear to be doing pretty well, and so managers want to bump that quota up a little bit. The rest of the areas are either general license or they're staying status quo with their season proposals. Looking at the spring season, changes are pretty standard for the most part for areas 1 through 5. And so there's no change in recommendations on that spring season. And there's really not anything additional that I have on that. Managers maintain a hunting opportunity based on what birds are doing in terms of, numbers of poults, numbers of, birds that are showing up during the winter time. And that really drives where we're at with providing opportunity for the public. There's also a little bit of effort in order to afford those turkeys some protection during the breeding season. So the spring season dates of April 20th are often discussed, and that's what is in the proposal for a number of the areas of the state. You may remember that folks in the Black Hills asked us to have an April 20th opening date a couple years ago, or I'm not sure how long ago that was, but we're maintaining that in the season recommendations for this year.
Any comments from the public, Megan? Any in the audience? From the commission, questions, comments? Entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we accept Chapter 20 wild turkey hunting seasons.
Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Jolovich, seconded by Commissioner Byrd to accept Chapter 20 wild turkey as presented by, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break starting back at 2 when we dive into the budget. Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt, good afternoon. This agenda item is to obtain preliminary approval from the commission of the FY22 budget. I just wanted to help tee this off, and then I'll hand it over to Melissa, and she will run through the budget in great detail. Wanted to start by just explaining a couple of things. One, like I explained yesterday, in the overview of the agency, we spent a lot of time on developing your budget. It seems like we start working on the next year's budget right after we get approval from you in July. So we spend a lot of time. It usually starts a few years ago, the commission and the department, the director's office established a department and commission working group. That working group has consisted of 3 commissioners, as well as the director's office and fiscal division. That was a really, really good idea, a good way to link the commission into your budget and being a part of developing your budget. I want to thank Commissioners Doobie, Brokaw, and Ladwig for being a part of the budget working group. It generally starts with some coordination with that budget subcommittee working group to talk about the target that we want to try to achieve in the commission's budget. From there, that target gets communicated out to the troops, and from the field all the way up, this budget makes its way ultimately to the department's budget team, which are the folks behind me right now. And it involves representatives from all the divisions. They spend a lot of time working on this budget, and of course are here today to answer any of your questions that get into some of the division specific projects. So We want to take our time on this. We've got plenty of time allocated to discuss it. It's important. We want to make sure that you're tracking it like we are, and we're all on the same sheet of music with your budget. So please ask Melissa to stop if necessary, and we'll go through your questions. During the last couple of days, a couple commissioners have asked questions about how the commission's budget is set up. What's the commission's budget model look like? And so just real quick to explain, the commission has a standard budget. That standard budget is to keep the department going for 1 year, fiscal year, to keep the lights on, to keep our facilities running, to do all the great work that our field personnel do. Everything you saw on the tour when we went out to South Park, that's what the standard budget is for. And so we'll be presenting that standard budget to you today. In addition to that, the commission has set aside in your budget 7 months operating expenses as a reserve to not be touched for true emergencies. That 7 months operating expenses is about $38.7 million. And that is set aside in a reserve that you have chosen to not spend money from. So it's off to the side and not a part of this presentation today. If you look at the standard budget, then take out the reserve, there's monies left over in your operating fund as well. That occurs primarily during the last several years. Our revenues have exceeded our expenditures. So our standard budget this year that we're proposing to you of $81 million, which is almost flat with last year. There's a slight increase, and Melissa will start her presentation by telling you why there's an increase in our standard budget. Because our revenues have exceeded our standard budget over the last several years for a variety of reasons, such as the increase in firearm sales and ammunition sales that have been occurring. We've got record amounts of Pittman-Robertson funding that have come into the department. That's allowed us to get reimbursed more with those federal dollars and to put money in your operating fund. And because of that, you have some monies outside of the 38.7 in your reserve that you can allocate towards projects. And that's what we're calling one-time projects, because we won't always be in a scenario where we will have that money to spend, or as the commissions chose during the last couple of years, you've chose to take that money, not keep it at sportsman's dollars in the bank and get it out on the ground and invest in Wyoming and our wildlife resources. That's where you have chosen to take a lot of the funding for wildlife crossing projects, a lot of habitat restoration and wildlife research projects, a couple of capital construction projects like the Cody project. That's where those monies have come from. So Melissa will run down through our standard budget, which again, like I said, is at about $81 million. Just for background, your FY20 standard was 83.5. FY21 last year started at 84, but the director, as you know, initiated some budget cuts in cooperation with the commission, and we got that FY21 budget to 80 million. And this standard budget we're proposing today is at 81 million. And then we will have an opportunity to go through what the department and some commissioners have identified for one-time projects and have a discussion about that. And we can go in any direction the commission wants to go on those one-time projects. They currently total about $3.4 million in on-the-ground projects. So with that, you have all the information. Are the commissioners, do you have everything in front of you, either on the computer or hard copy that you need for the budget? No? Okay.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I got this on my office computer before I got this, therefore I do not have it.
Okay, I will give you this. Anyone else?
I got a hard copy, but my computer's not working again for the hotspots off again. So, but I'm fine with a hard copy. But just
you got a hard copy?
I do.
Okay. I just want to take a moment to make sure we're all good before we start on this and somebody's not tracking.
Yeah, you see, mine went off
Where would
just
it
now.
be?
But It was up. Is yours going in
It
and
went
out?
Up and down, yeah. Just going up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. This should be everything that you'll need. And what this is the budget right here.
Okay.
And Melissa will explain that first. And then this is one
Just
time.
doing the same thing.
Okay.
It'll come
I got.
on and then it'll drop me out.
On this computer.
Yeah, sorry.
A whole bunch with the graphs and everything.
Yep, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Anyone else need a hard copy?
Yeah, if you have one.
And then,
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll just mention, as you know, this will come back to you in July, so we bring this budget twice. So,
Yeah, Commissioners, this is not a final budget. This is a preliminary budget.
yeah, this helps our budgeting process to get things in place in time for the next fiscal year. But we'll have some additional time for you to look at this beyond preliminary approval for today.
I'll operate off of it because you have extras.
So if you could explain, now some of them have this hard copy. And so I'm going to hand this over to Melissa. And while I'm up here, in case I don't come back up, I want to thank Melissa Rayner for her work on the commission's budget. She knows this budget inside and out, and I really appreciate her help. And Meredith Wood couldn't be here, as you can see. She's back home, and she does a heck of a lot of work with this budget, too. It's these two individuals that do a bulk of this work, and we appreciate it. Take it away.
Good afternoon, President Doobie, Brian Nosvik, Director, and members of the Commission. I'm Melissa Rayner, General Accounting Manager for the Game and Fish. Just want to make real sure that, Megan, can you hear me? Tells me that I speak pretty quiet, and so I need to make sure my voice is in the microphone. So I will try to make an intentional effort to do that. Just briefly before we get started on the actual presentation, and now that some of you have hard copies of some of the materials, I just want to go over a couple of differences of what you'll see on the PowerPoint versus the handouts that you have. This 2-page summary, 3-page summary that's pretty intense, has quite a few different columns, is going to be fairly summarized on the PowerPoint. I'm sure that some of you had a chance to look at that before we started. But a couple of things I wanted to point out. We'll only be looking at the column F, the fiscal year 22 budget requested, in comparison to column K, the fiscal year 21 approved budget. So a lot of the other columns that break out personnel versus maintenance and operating in our standard budget, you won't see on the PowerPoint. We can certainly discuss any questions you might have. The difference column will still be on the PowerPoint, so we can certainly address those as they come up in detail. One thing that John mentioned that some of the commissioners were asking regarding this summary was the column G, the total without equipment in CapCon. Just wanted to take a moment to explain that difference. If you're trying to add up both personnel and the maintenance and operations, it will only total to column F, the actual request that you will see today. The column that includes just the total without equipment, CapCon, and deferred maintenance, that category, those 3 categories are what we call one-time items within the standard budget. So each year we take the standard budget and any of those items that were approved in the budget in the prior fiscal year are removed and they are zeroed out. And then each division submits all of those requests and they are prioritized at an agency level. So they do not stay in the standard budget. If it was approved in fiscal year 21, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will have those funds available for 22 because they are very specific projects that get completed. They don't necessarily need the funding. So those dollars are reallocated. So when we are trying to evaluate the budget increase from one year to the other, we want to pull out those one-time equipment, CapCon, and deferred maintenance expenses. So that is the difference in those columns. Is there any questions on that before I move on?
Yeah, don't hesitate to ask. Don't wait till the end. So if you have a question, sing out.
Perfect. All right. Well, then I will jump into the presentation. Just to reiterate a couple of things that John mentioned, I definitely want to thank everyone that's involved in the budget process. It's very time intensive. We started September, October timeframe. Obviously, here we are in April. So it goes on quite a bit of time, and it starts from the field all the way up to the Budget Commissioner Working Group, as John mentioned. And without a slew of the people in this room and throughout the agency, we wouldn't be able to pull it together into the presentation that we have today. So I do appreciate everyone's efforts and their availability today to answer questions if there's details on specific projects. Let's try my mouth. Hopefully, I'll have enough signal to get through it. Okay. All right. So quickly, just to go over a quick outline, as John mentioned, we'll start with the standard budget, then we'll move on to the one-time budget exception requests, and then just finally, we'll ask for the formal approval of both the standard and the one-time budgets. So to start off, obviously, before developing any budget, we want to start with what kind of revenue are we anticipating we will receive in the next fiscal year. The projected revenue for fiscal year 22 is just over $92 million. As you can see here, the top three are probably the largest funding sources. First one being license fees, which makes up about 67% of our revenue. The next two categories are all of our federal and non-federal grant funding that we receive, which comprises about 28%. The top one, that's the 21%, makes up a good portion of the agency revenue, and that is the Pittman-Robertson, Dingle-Johnson revenue that we get on a reimbursement basis from the federal appropriation each year that comes from all of the excise taxes on ammunition, firearms, fishing equipment, motorboat fuels. It is important to know that all of our grants within the agency are on a reimbursable basis. So we actually expend the dollars first, then we request reimbursement. One thing to note too, beginning in 2018, we do not receive any general fund revenue.
Melissa, could you explain how the Pittman-Robertson, Dingle-Johnson are specific projects? They're not just for any budgetary item?
I can definitely explain that.
Just
President
briefly.
Yeah, no. So the way that the Game and Fish is set up from a PR Pittman-Robertson, Dingle-Johnson reimbursement basis is we have what we call a comprehensive funding model, which is different than a lot of other states. A lot of states have to present a project by project request, and each project has to be reviewed and approved prior to using those dollars. Based on our allocation of the way that we record all of our time, our vouchers, our vehicle usage in a cost accounting system, we are able to identify throughout all of our budgets items that are eligible under the programs for reimbursement. And once those massaging of all of that data occurs, then we identify of all of those coded expenses, which ones can be reimbursed and which ones can't. So we save a ton of time at an agency level having that comprehensive management status that allows us to operate in all facets without having each project submitted and approved. Does that answer your question, President Dubey?
Yeah, I was just, the Pittman-Robertson, Dingle-Johnson monies are only for certain types of activities, certain types of
That
projects.
is correct, yes.
Not,
and that
not
is
for just general budgetary items. Only certain projects qualify for Pittman-Robertson dollars and only certain projects for Dingle-Johnson.
we like to use the word activities.
Sure.
Just simply because one good example is law enforcement is not an eligible activity. So any expenses that the agency incurs, which obviously is substantial in our agency for law enforcement, is not an eligible expense. So when we code time for law enforcement, there's a specific activity code. And based on that, it's automatically thrown out, and we do not request reimbursement under that grant funding for that. Okay. Before moving on, is there any questions additional on the revenue? Okay. Sorry, my mouse is a little finicky. Okay, so starting with the request for the standard budget for fiscal year 22, as John mentioned, it's just a little bit over $81 million. Here you can see the 5 main divisions that we have within the agency. The administration and education is the director's office and our I&E group, and then the others, I think, for the most part, speak for themselves. You will see one slice of the pie up there, grants for $6 million. That is representative of the non-federal grants that we get from NGOs, other state and governmental entities. And as I mentioned, we have grants on a reimbursable basis. We have to request spending authority to spend those dollars prior to requesting the reimbursement. So this is part of our budget every year so that we have that appropriation authority to spend that $6 million and then request the reimbursement, which is why you see that also on the revenue side. And we will, as we move through the presentation, go into each of these in detail. And if there's any questions, I will just kind of move to the overview of the changes between the fiscal year 21 and 22 budget. As we move through the details of each of the divisions, you will see that most of them will fall into one of these categories that we've identified as the major changes. You can see the request for today is just over $81 million. And then last year's, or the current fiscal year that we're operating in, is just 79.5 million, with a difference of about 1.4 as an increase. Jumping down into the significant changes between the two fiscal years, the largest one being personnel, salary, and benefits. And this one I'm going to take a minute just to explain. When we reduced our budget in 21 based on direction from following the state and Director Nesbitt to cut our budget, we evaluated all categories to make that accomplishment. Salaries and benefits are a very volatile category, and as you can see, it makes up about 60% of our budget. There are a lot of factors that go into budgeting for our personnel and salary benefits, and in doing so, we have a lot of fluctuations through the year. That can be vacancies, and as we have a vacancy, there's a lot of domino effect that happens within the Game and Fish because there's a lot of promotions from within. So vacancies can stay vacant for quite some time. We have retirements that result in the same thing, where positions, by the time we go through the hiring process, we often find that there are positions that stay vacant and we don't expend dollars. In evaluating all of that and some of the fringe benefits that we pick up, we budget every employee at a full family coverage for health insurance, which is a substantial amount. Not everyone elects the family coverage, but to ensure that we have that budget funding in case they do, we budget at that level. So there are things built into our budget that sometimes result in us not expending all of those dollars that we have budgeted for salaries and benefits. Fiscal year 21 is the year that we are moving forward that major cut that was about $2.1 million. As the years progressed, we've noticed quite a few retirements that usually come with a pretty large payout, as well as some increases in insurance and whatnot that kind of leave us a little too close to a comfortable edge to make sure that we have enough money to pay all of our employees and cover their fringe benefits. So this little over $1 million represents the adjustment of that initial cut that we made, bringing this back more in line. We will still potentially see vacancy savings as we have every year. This just gives us a little bit more of that cushion so that we don't run short when we get into those months of May and June where we don't have a commission meeting to come back to and ask for additional funding. Is that clear to everyone before I move on? All right. The next categories, when we developed our fiscal year 22 standard budget, the direction was to remain as relatively flat as we could with the fiscal year 21, with the exception of items that were identified to not be sustainable or were cut too drastically when we made those additional cuts. The next one being the feed ground hay budget was one of those areas. We have been replacing a lot of our hay sheds, making them bigger and more sustainable based on the materials that they're built out of, so that we can employ a hay banking concept. And when hay prices are low, it allows us to purchase additional hay and then stockpile that for other times when either we have harsh seasons and we need to feed more than we do in more mild winters. The next category is state wildlife grants, and that was an appropriation that we get annually sent to us from the feds, and it was on the revenue sheet under the federal grant programs that we have. Each year we have an annual appropriation, and those dollars are allocated to projects across the agency that generally run 1 to 3 years. This change here is a fluctuation in what projects get started in 1 year, if they're in their 2nd year, and it's an ebb and flow depending on how many projects are started, what the commitment is from a dollar standpoint to get one project off the ground versus another. So this will be a category that will fluctuate from one fiscal year to the next. Sometimes it will be down, sometimes it will be up. This particular year, It's obviously an increase of about $300,000. The next category is inflationary categories that, apart from the direction to remain flat, we do allow for inflationary growth in some of these categories. Feed, which is not just feed grounds, but also at hatcheries, bird farms, various places like that. Utilities, obviously, property taxes, and then aerial flights. Those are the main categories within our budget that we usually see an increase in from an inflationary standpoint. So we try to build some of that into our budget. And then the law enforcement program, there was an increase there to cover a contract for all of the sirens, lights that have to be equipped on every vehicle when law enforcement gets new trucks each year. So that is to cover those expenses. And then postage was an increase due to a myriad of things, but we've lost a few benefits. We used to use kind of a bulk mailing through a place called Pitney Bowes, and they would allow for quite a bit of reduction in the amount of like a one-piece mail postage. That has gone away, that option within the agency, so we don't have that. And then we've converted, as you know, in the last couple of years, our regulations to kind of the full-size booklet, which has increased the postage. So to compensate for a lot of that increased subscriptions and magazines has also impacted that postage budget. And then lastly, we'll kind of come back to that initial conversation I had about the deferred maintenance, capital construction, and equipment. Those items are those three categories that we zero out every year. And then they are reevaluated, and projects and requests and needs are submitted at the initial phases of the budget team. When we meet as a budget team, we go through all of those, and they're prioritized by each division, and then they're prioritized at the agency level. It's definitely an ebb and flow. The needs are addressed. It may be higher than one year, lower than the next. In this particular year, the needs that were identified and funded in our request equated to about $720,000 less than the fiscal year 21 budget. So that's a quick summary of the big changes that you'll see as we go through this pretty busy 2-page summary that shows all of the changes by every program within the division and the agency. But as you see some of those differences, most of them will fall into one of these categories.
Mr. President, members of the commission, just for the benefit of the two new commissioners, you're probably, as you can see with this budget, there is a lot of unknowns, and there will likely be, based on history, there will likely be funds in your standard budget that aren't spent at the end of the year. And something that's important for me to mention is that we don't have end of year spending. We don't get to the end of towards the end of the year and say we have all this money that's unspent and just go out and buy. Our folks don't do that. And that money ends up going back into your operating fund, which then becomes part of the one-time budget for the next year. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, before moving on to the
Commissioner Brokaw?
I'll defer and wait. I think you were just going to say it. Is there any questions on this slide? Mr. President, I have a question on this slide. Melissa, on your state wildlife grants, that expenditure for us is to jumpstart those projects. Of that $388 or $288,000, how many of that will be replaced, or is any of that replaced once those grants come in? Or is that our contribution to those grants on those projects?
President Dubey, Commissioner Brokaw, I guess the easiest way to answer that would be to maybe explain just a little bit about the program. So we receive the annual appropriation for these dollars. Again, all of our grants are on a reimbursable basis. So we have to request the spending authority to spend those dollars, and then we request reimbursement. So this is representative of potentially year 2 and year 3 of prior year dollars, as well as year 1 of the current appropriation that we have to allocate. The full amount of all of the funding for those projects is in the budget, and I believe it's 1.2 million, I believe, on our last page of our summary. We will receive, that program reimburses us at a 65%. So 65% of those expenses will be reimbursed to the department. 35% is what will be funded out of licensed dollars operating fund.
Our money.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right, moving on. I'm going to start with the Administration and Education Division, which again, the title isn't really indicative of what we call it within the agency, but it's the Director's Office, the I&E group. You can see here it also has the magazine, HR, our cooperative research program, and then the statewide habitat protection program. A couple of things to mention in here. The Wyoming Game and Fish vehicle fleet, that is for all purchases of vehicles within the agency. They are not throughout each division. That is the full comprehensive list. And that is one of those categories that we zero out. We have a replacement schedule per policy, what vehicles qualify for that, and then if there's any new heavy equipment, tractors, backhoes, those types of things that are needed, they will also be into this category. And the biggest, I think, change here to mention, you can see in the Director's Office, a pretty large increase. That one is one new leadership position in the Director's Office, as well as two positions that at the time the budget was requested, we did not have. We have two positions that are still not identified as an agency priority or where they will be within the divisions. We budget for those so that once we identify where those needs are, we can reallocate those to those specific programs. In the meantime, they reside in the Director's Office to be secured until they're identified as what their needs are. Are there any questions on this one in detail? Moving on to fiscal. Obviously, the fiscal division is comprised of both the general accounting side, which handles all of the revenue, expenses, grants, contracts, and then the licensing component, which are both very big sections within the fiscal division. We also have the regional office management, which is the fiscal employees and support personnel in the regional offices that help with license sales and answering those kinds of questions. And then obviously the mailroom we already talked about, and then legislative expenses are legislative mandates where we have to incur expenses. Those are damage claims, landowner coupons, cost allocation, SALIX, which is the program that law enforcement uses through WYDOT, and then a retiree insurance program. So those are the five that make up the legislative expense category. Any questions here? Okay. Next being the services division. Services division has a wide array. I look at them kind of like the fiscal. We're a lot of support for the main two divisions of fish and wildlife. There's a lot in here, from feed ground maintenance to habitat access and maintenance on all of our WHMAs, to property rights, our IT group, and then of course all of the regional offices across the state are also housed in this budget. So it's definitely a comprehensive one. The IT budget does cover all IT needs for the agency, whether that be computers, servers, any specific programs that each work group needs. It's all housed within this budget. Any questions on the services division?
Mr. President, I do.
Brokaw.
I'm sorry. On the habitat access maintenance line item that's down 5%, those requests come in from the field to the division and then are submitted?
President Dubey, Commissioner Brokaw, that is correct. So they start at the field level, move up through either the supervisor of that particular group, then to the actual services division, and then they move up through the ranks to the budget team. In this particular one, obviously that covers, I don't even know, Ray could tell us, myriad of WHMAs, the PAAs throughout the state. A lot of what is represented in this decrease comes back to that deferred maintenance, capital construction conversation we had at the beginning, where there's dollars allocated for very specific purposes and projects. They completed those, or those were in their fiscal year 21 funding, so they're working on those projects now. What was identified as a need moving forward into the next year was less because those projects were addressed. Next year, this could bump back up and they could have additional funding requests for totally new projects that they identified.
Okay. I hear at the local level on an HMA, we needed some more money to finish Project X. So we're going to have to wait a couple of years. And so I was curious why they didn't request that now. And maybe they did. This doesn't show just them. This is overall.
That is correct, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. Moving on to the fish division. Not too fast. No. All right. Fish division, obviously the budget's just over $15 million. A few highlights within this budget. Obviously, you'll probably see as we move into the one-time request, we have a lot of hatcheries throughout the state. I know many of you have toured them, have visited them. There are a lot of facilities. They have a lot of moving parts. And so therefore, they are probably the largest budget within the fish division. There's a lot of other programs that deal with aquatic management. One of the other ones that's very high on our radar right now is the aquatic invasive species. That budget is also in here and covers that program that was pulled into the commission budget after we lost our general fund funding for that program. Questions on the details here? All right. Last, the wildlife division. They have 2 pages, so I'll try not to get too ahead of myself. Their budget is just under $30 million. And they have quite a few, as you can see. We talked about the law enforcement that is not eligible for that reimbursement under the Pittman-Robertson program. They have the PLPW program within this, which is the access for hunting and fishing areas, bird farms, feed grounds. And I will jump to the next one, which we can also come back if we have questions on this specific one. Whoops, one too many. Sheesh. Okay. Obviously, some of the other big ones, all of our biologists, the wardens and supervisors, and then jumping down just to highlight a few, our trophy game and conflict management, and then our regional information and education group. So that is the wildlife division. And I can pause here for any questions, and I can certainly go back to the other slide if you guys have any on the
Any
first slide.
questions on this or anything prior to? Okie doke.
Then just to kind of summarize the last couple of categories that make up the $81 million request that we have for our standard budget is our Wildlife Trust Fund projects. This is projects that are identified by our Habitat Technical Advisory Group and the committee that oversees all of our education projects. The Wildlife Trust Fund is a separate fund that houses the interest earned off of our wildlife corpus. And each year there's an amount of dollars allocated for generally habitat and education projects. And those projects are submitted by field personnel and then reviewed through that Habitat Technical Advisory Group up through the budget team to review all of the projects and then approve what level of funding. Some projects aren't funded, so it's kind of a process to determine. This makes up both the habitat and the education side of those projects for the current or the next fiscal year. And then as we mentioned, and I think we've talked a little bit about, this is the appropriation or spending authority for the state wildlife grant program where we get that annual appropriation. This represents the full amount. And again, this is where we will receive reimbursement of 65% of the dollars that are expended. If we don't spend the full 1.1 million, obviously we would only receive what we've expended, the 65%. And then again, the reimbursable grants that gives us that spending authority to spend the dollars that we've been awarded from other granting agencies, spend those dollars, and then we'll request that reimbursement and recognize it as revenue on the revenue side. And that brings us to the total of the 81 million roughly standard budget. At this point, we can pause and we can go back. We can answer any questions that may have come up.
Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Okay.
Journey on.
All right. Well, with that, I think I'll just move on to the one-times and then we'll handle the authorization for both at the end. This is where I am going to just briefly talk about them, and then as you guys have any questions, the Wildlife, Fish, and Services divisions are all available for any details that you may have. The first heading that talks about the previously approved by commission. For those of you that have been on the commission for a few years, some of these will be recognizable. Mule Deer Initiative has been around, I think this is the 7th year. So the commission had approved 5 years, then they renewed 5 years, and I think we are on the 2nd year of the second 5 years. And if you recall, in January, I believe Ian Tater comes and he presents a whole slew of Mule Deer Initiative projects that focus specifically on that management. And this is that kind of pre-approved amount. You will still have an opportunity to see those projects and approve those as he submits those once they're identified. This is just to show that effort for collaboration and to obtain funding from other partners that have interest in pursuing mule deer related projects. And that is similar to the Wyoming range mule deer. This is the 2nd year of, I believe, a 5-year commitment. And then you can see a couple of research projects and then the Wild Harvest Initiative. I believe that was a presentation in the last July meeting. So this is the 2nd year of, I believe, also a 5-year commitment. So those are the 5 that were previously approved by the commission. And so they are somewhat included. They are definitely up for discussion and however you choose to move them, but they have been approved by previous commissioners. And then with that, jumping into the new requests on this first page, you can see the services requests focusing mainly on WHMAs, feed grounds, PAAs, obviously focusing on all the things that they do across the state. And then back to the fish, when we talked about the hatchery budget within their standard budget, there's a lot of requests here to maintain those facilities and keep them up and running and functioning. And then the last 2 are just to address some additional aquatic invasive species needs as they're moving that program into a larger scope. Before I move on to wildlife projects, I'll pause there, sir.
Does anybody have any questions or want any explanations from anyone in the room regarding any of the new requests projects?
President Doobie,
Commissioner Roberts?
I was wondering what the Wolverine work is.
Is there somebody that can answer that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, several years ago, the Western states had an interstate effort to monitor wolverines to try and come up with an estimate of the regional population of wolverines. And so they divided all the Western states into grid cells to be able to monitor for the presence and absence of wolverines. And so that was, I believe it'll be 5 years this winter. And the agency's committed to redoing that census work to help prevent a listing of wolverines to show that they are present. And so the agency, at least in our proposals, would like to redo that survey again to kind of show that there are wolverines scattered throughout the range in Wyoming, and we could help the Western states prevent a listing.
Didn't we have a presentation on that, a meeting or 2 ago?
Yes.
And they actually did find?
Yes, we did, Mr. President, we did document, and then we presented the Wyoming Wolverine Plan last year. And that in that plan, it outlines the need to redo this survey, and that's why we're including it in this budget.
Any other questions on any one of those items under a new project? Commissioner Ladwig?
This is just a question on overall, and I should have already figured it out, but I haven't had the mental capacity to do that. Is the total, does that include the previous approved, or is the previous approved something completely separate on the one time?
President Dewey, Commissioner Ladwig, this is just for fiscal year 22. When John in his intro mentioned previously approved projects that are the Cody Regional Office, any one-time projects that have been approved in the prior year that are ongoing, those are generally under a grant agreement, a contract, If they haven't been fully expended, they're encumbered, and as those projects get completed, then we'll expend the cash, which will obviously then reduce the operating fund. But that is built into Meredith's calculation of what will be left in the reserve from the operating standpoint once those projects are fully expended. Except for this one on the initial, sorry, top 5 where the commission had already approved those.
Oh, yeah. Right. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Commissioner Byrd, did you have something?
Yeah, well, I guess maybe a little more explanation on the feed ground public process and Wyoming Speak surveys. Are those just things we want to do, information seeking, or?
I think that's, yeah. I'm assuming the feed ground is we're putting up public comment and doing the different phases.
And that's what I wondered. It just, everything's expensive, but.
President Doobie, members of the commission. So the feed ground public process amount that you see there, that most of that money is to hire and use a facilitator to help us in the phase 2 process of our feed ground initiative. So as you recall, in phase 1, we utilized a professional facilitator in those meetings, and it really helps improve the process a bunch. And so in phase 2, we're intending to do that as well. And tomorrow, Deputy Chief Edward will give you an overview of where we're going with phase 2. But that's the money that you see requested there is for a facilitator for phase 2. And the Wyoming Speak survey, that is money that we intend to use to help potentially inform the task force, the Wildlife License Task Force. So we have an opportunity to partner with the University of Wyoming and their Survey and Analysis Center and utilize their ability to carry out some human dimension surveys that can help inform the Wildlife Licensing Task Force and other issues that we're facing right now. So that's where that request is from.
Thank you.
You know, you'll see this again. So if there's some time between now and the next commission meeting, you have a question regarding one of those, you'll have another opportunity to ask about it.
President Doobie.
Commissioner Roberts.
Is there any way we could see a map on that Raymond PAA Development Road parking lot fencing that's proposed for the one time?
President Doobie, Commissioner Roberts. So I'd be happy to get you a map. That's over by Cokeville. And we haven't developed it yet. We just acquired that easement. So we plan on developing it here this summer.
Maybe you could explain to Commissioner Roberts how we were given or donated back, or however you want to put that easement.
That was in cooperation with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. They were able to purchase that easement for us and donate it back to the department. So currently, the one-time ask there of $40,000 for development of the road. We also have a grant going with the Backcountry Hunter and Angler Group, who has raised around $47,000 off a commissioner tag that we'll use for fencing on that project as well.
The access was purchased and donated back to us, and our part of the deal was upgrading the road to get to it. Fencing, and I think maybe a bathroom too.
Yep. So there'll be fencing, a bathroom, parking area. It's access to Raymond Mountain, 30,000 acres of public land that was not accessible.
Yeah. I understand Raymond Mountain. I just was kind of wondering where exactly that access was coming through.
Okay. Yeah, it's just outside.
I just wanted a map to see where exactly it was coming through.
We will get you a map.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. Keith.
Perfect. With no further questions, we will just move to the very next slide, which is really just the approval of both the standard budget of the 81 roughly million and then the one-time projects just under 4 million. The important thing to note here, excuse me, as we've mentioned, final approval of the budget will come in July. Undoubtedly, most often than not, between now and then, there's things that come up that will potentially either be, oh, we're no longer going to be accomplishing that, or we're going to have something new. So there will be adjustments to this as well as opportunities for additional questions. What this authority does today is allows anyone within the agency to start moving forward on grant agreements and contracts that can be effective July 1, because that does take some time getting through our AG and those contracting and grant processes, so we can start some of that preliminary work so that when July 1 comes in the middle of a field season, we can kind of kick off and start some of those programs. So that is what the approval preliminarily serves for the agency today.
Okay, any other questions before I ask for a motion? Nope. Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I would
approve the-
move that we provide preliminary approval for the fiscal year 2022 budget.
I'll
and
second.
the one-time budget implication.
It was moved by Commissioner Ladwig and seconded by Commissioner Byrd to provide preliminary approval of the FY22 Game and Fish budget. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, thank you.
That was easy.
She presents it so darn well. It's just.
Double duty.
Yes. I'm going to cover the next agenda topic for Meredith since she's unable to be here today. That is the request to receive authorization from the commission to transfer up to 6% of the lifetime license fund into the Game and Fish Operating Fund. Just a little bit of history based on statute 231501C, that is our lifetime license fund. And what that statute does is it allows a transfer of 6% of the cash balance of that fund into the operating fund for expendable purposes. The FO2 fund is non-expendable. It is where all of the revenue from our lifetime licenses is deposited with the exception of the conservation stamps. So all of our lifetime revenue goes into this fund. We do not expend from it, but we are authorized to transfer 6% of that fund per year to put back into our operating activities. So with that, Meredith's estimation of what that will be, we generally do that based off the cash balance in May. And we are expecting that the fund balance in May will be roughly 6.5 million. And therefore the 6% would be right around 391,000. We will obviously calculate that accurately once the number's here, but this is just to receive that authorization from the commission to move those funds at that time.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Brokaw.
would you repeat those numbers again, please? The total amount in the fund is a little over 6.5 million. The 6% request would be how much?
391,000.
Yes.
Any questions or comments, Melissa?
Mr. President,
Commissioner Brokaw.
I would move that we authorize the transfer of 6% of the lifetime license fund as requested.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Ladwig. Commissioner Brokaw made the motion. Was that Commissioner Ladwig or Commissioner Roberts?
It was
Commissioner
Roberts.
Roberts seconded to approve the transfer of 6% of the lifetime license fund balance. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All righty. Thank you, Melissa.
Fantastic.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Chief Phipps.
President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Today, I'm going to ask you to vote to approve 2 new licensed selling agents and a renewal of 2 agents. We have Murdoch's Home and Ranch Supply, which has developed a sporting goods section. Paperwork's in order. They're located in Evansville, near Casper, and
There's one other agent located in Evansville, and last year their license sales were just shy of $3,200. We've got the State Line Station in Beulah, Wyoming. It's the only licensed selling agent in Beulah, and they were suspended previously under previous owners for failure to pay. The store's sales in 2020 prior to suspension were $3,400 a year. And we've got 2 renewals. One is the Short Stop Fuel Mart in Newcastle. The agent was late on their annual bond renewal. Those renewals are due on December 1st, and their paperwork's in order. They're caught up on their renewal, and we've been trying to get them back in front of the commission to get them renewed. Their sales totaled $48,000 in 2020, and lastly, we have the renewal for Pathfinder Marina in Casper. Again, they had they missed their annual bond renewal application payment in December. They've squared that away, and we've worked to get them back in front of the commission for approval. The store's sales in 2020 were about $2,700. Barring any questions, I'll ask for your approval.
Any questions? Commissioner Lafferty.
President Doobie,
Commissioner Roberts.
I look on the Pathfinder Marina. Is that a sufficient application what they've done, or looks to me like it's just kind of not filled out all the way on everything? Right. Do they need to put in, business hours, and do they need to put in, I don't know, it just seemed kind of incomplete to me, but unless that's pretty standard to deal with?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, typically they do. And taking a look at this one, obviously they're seasonal. Otherwise, it looks pretty in order. Seeing something I'm not. Oh. Okay. Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, my licensing manager just squared me away there. With renewals, they don't have to refill out every section of the application. Since it's a bond renewal, we still have their previous application on file, and we can submit with updates and the notarized pages.
But was there a bond, was it paid by December 1st? The bond renewal?
It was not originally, which led to the suspension, and they've updated since so that we can get them reactivated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ladwick.
On the State Line Station, that apparently is a new owner. Did their terminal get removed under the old ownership, the failure to pay? And are they going to have to go through the whole procedure setting them up with the new equipment?
Mr. President, Commissioner Ladwig, new owners will have to go through new licensed selling agent training. So if the machines or the terminals were not picked up, they're inactive. So it sounds like in their letter for their application, the terminals are still present on the location, but they can't sell any licenses until we activate those and get them through training.
Thank you.
You're not used to all these questions, are you? Any other questions? Commissioner Brokaw?
Mr. President, I think that's relevant for our new commissioners. It costs the department somewhere around $1,500 to set up an LSO. And if their annual sales are $400, sometimes we have to weigh those. But if the equipment's already in place and the department doesn't incur that, then I'm willing to give them a chance, see if they can increase in sales this year. So
Are they under the automatic, or will they be under the automatic, the new system? Or will this be part of the old system?
The Mr. President, the terminals are in place. We just have to fire them up, activate them once they're trained.
Gotcha.
Licensed selling agents, once they're approved by the commission, we bring them down and hold a training session with them to get them oriented on the iPOS system and the terminal so that they can properly sell licenses. We don't turn them on before that's complete.
Commissioner Ladwig?
Are you getting them set up for direct deposit, or are you still working pretty hard on that program?
Mr. President, Commissioner Ladwig, hey, that's a great point, and I'm happy to report that I checked the numbers in March, and we have a total of about 212 licensed selling agents. Last month we had 109 licensed selling agents that are paying via the ACH electronic payment method, and that's 51%. So we were able to get this established in 1 year. Big thanks to the license section and the really smart folks that we're actually pretty blessed to have in fiscal and for the department. And so we got it off the ground, and we're up to 51% active participation right now.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Very good. Kudos to your department. Any other questions? Entertain a motion?
Okay, I will move to approve the appointment of Murdoch's Home and Ranch Supply, State Line Station, and the renewals for Shortstop Fuel Mart and Pathfinder Marina.
Second.
It was moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Ladwig to accept the department's recommendations on LSAs. Any more comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're going to move a little bit into tomorrow's. Number 22. And then we will take public comment. Who's the 21? 22's here. Yeah, we can do that one too. No, this is.
That's not me.
Oh, I said 22, which was, is that Kevin back there? In the red
Yeah.
shirt? All right, do you want to go?
Yeah, we're gonna do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Doug. Sorry about that, Doug. That was my fault.
President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. Today, I've got Kevin Galwicks with us. He is the Assistant Fisheries Management Coordinator based out of Laramie. Kevin started in that position almost 2 years ago. His primary thrust when he got into that position was to spearhead the development of the rapid response plans, which was a strategic plan directive. And these plans, he'll give you an update on it. I think most of you are now familiar with what their purpose is going to be. So Kevin spent about a year in this process. Now he's transitioned over the supervision of the fisheries management crews in the regions of the southern tier of the state. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin. He'll give you an update on the Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan, which will be the first one that we'll bring to you today, and the other 22 in July. Kevin?
President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Flaming Gorge Reservoir Rapid Response Plan. Before I get started, I'd just like to acknowledge all the folks that helped out with this. It wouldn't have been possible without the leadership of Director Nesbitt and how he's taken this issue very seriously. And we've made incredible progress. I'd also like to acknowledge all the authors of the plans we've written, the fisheries biologists and supervisors throughout the state, as well as all of our outreach personnel in Cheyenne who have done a great job of helping us get this information out to the public. So a quick overview of my presentation today. I'm going to be, first of all, starting out by talking a little bit about our current aquatic invasive species prevention efforts. I'm going to move on to give an overview of the rapid response plans we've developed over the last couple of years, year and a half. Then I'll delve into some of the details of the Flaming Gorge plan and results of a public outreach survey we did regarding this plan. And finally, I'll wrap it up with some summary and answer any questions you folks may have. This map here shows all the locations in the United States where zebra and quagga mussels have been detected. Many of them are places where they are actually established. The long story short here is there are only 6 states left in the United States that don't currently have zebra or quagga mussels present, and Wyoming is one of those states. So it's very important that we continue our efforts to keep these invasive species out of Wyoming, particularly because Wyoming's a headwater state, and any establishment of these critters in Wyoming is going to cause issues far downstream in other states. Wyoming's because we don't have these invasive mussels in Wyoming, our current efforts are focused on keeping zebra and quagga mussels out of the state. We inspect all boats coming into the state of Wyoming, and that's required. Most of our check stations are situated at ports of entry, and we intercept boats as they come in, make sure that they are clean, drained, and dry, and not harboring any mussels or water that could transmit mussels into Wyoming. Now, there's a lot of ways these mussels could get in. We've been really focused on watercraft, and that's where most of our inspection efforts go. We've also been in communication with the Forest Service in terms of them moving water for fighting fires, and we have annual meetings with them to make sure that they're aware of the issues and how they can prevent the spread. We also work with contractors and folks that are moving water for various purposes. More recently, you all are aware that these things could come from places we never imagined, and we've recently been dealing with mussels coming in through mothballs through the aquarium trade. Now, as I mentioned, our efforts have been focused on keeping mussels out. The project I'm going to be talking about today deals more with what do we do if these mussels actually get into Wyoming. It's going to cause a significant shift in our thinking, and we're going to have to shift from keeping them out to containing them in whatever water we detect them in. This would require inspecting all boats leaving a particular reservoir or lake. And as we found out, it's a significant effort, and we'll need quite a bit of planning to get these efforts off the ground. They're going to have to happen quickly as well. So strategic plan goal back in 2019 was to develop rapid response plans for invasive mussels for 23 waters in the state. This was a strategic plan goal. I spent a year spearheading this effort within the fish division. Each of these plans were developed for 23 waters that were considered the highest priority. The priority was determined not only for how easy would it be for these mussels to get to a particular water. That usually meant waters that get more visitation from out-of-state boaters are higher priority. But it also looked at the ability of these mussels to establish in a particular water based on their water chemistry. All of these plans are shooting to have check stations operational within the first week of detection. Once we get those lab results back and we verify that mussels are there, we're going to get boots on the ground immediately to set up check stations. We're trying to eliminate closures as much as possible, especially complete closures. We'd like to be able to just move straight into inspecting boats so we don't cause a lot of disruption to these boaters, as well as people that depend on them for their livelihood. Each of these plans is written, is tailored to the various status levels we consider with a mussel detection. I went into a little more detail about this when I spoke in November of 2019. In an effort to save some time, we'll just leave it at a suspect water is a water where we've detected mussels once. A positive water is where we've had 2 or more samples test positive within a year. These are usually the veliger or planktonic stage. Then an infested reservoir would be one where the mussels are actually established and reproducing, so we can actually see the mussels in the reservoir, and they are self-perpetuating. Each of these rapid response plans has a number of similar components. They have a communications plan for how we would not only communicate with the stakeholders of that particular water, but also the public. They also have plans for where we would place these check stations, what kind of closures we would need to do so we can funnel traffic through these check stations. Most of them have a short-term versus long-term component, short-term being what we do initially while we're setting up more necessary infrastructure to deal with boaters on a long-term basis. They also talk about the personnel that will be required to staff these check stations, supplies, equipment, and public outreach plans. The timelines for these, we started them on July 1st, 2019. 22 draft plans were completed by June 2020. Since last July, folks have been doing a lot of work to reach out to partners, various agencies, and other interests on each of these 23 reservoirs. And we've pretty much culminated that process. We've gotten all the comments, taken care of revisions to those plans, and they went public this week. The Flaming Gorge plan, it's slightly different. That plan was under development for 7 years by the cooperating agencies prior to our efforts beginning. In the interest of meeting our own deadlines, Rob Keith, the Green River supervisor, wrote the Flaming Gorge plan specific to Wyoming. And then over the past year, from January 2020 through January 2021, the 4 agencies that manage Flaming Gorge worked together to take the old plan they had in development and roll the new Wyoming plan into it. So that was a pretty big effort, and it culminated in a draft plan in January 2021. We put together a public outreach plan in February of 2021, and that involved a number of press releases that led folks to a Wyoming Game and Fish website and a survey, which I'll talk a little bit about more later in the talk. These 22 additional plans, as I mentioned, the public outreach process for them just began this week. And I'll probably be back here speaking to you all in July to seek approval on those plans. Now, the Flaming Gorge plan, we've moved that a little bit ahead in the process, mainly because Utah Division of Wildlife Resources has reason to get approval on that plan sooner rather than later. So we tried to expedite that process. So a little bit about the Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan. I'll try to be brief with it. It's a 122-page document that involves all the specifics of what would occur both in Wyoming and Utah. This was a collaborative effort between Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, the Ashley National Forest, and the Bureau of Reclamation. Today I'll mainly focus on the Wyoming portion. And in short, a response on Flaming Gorge Reservoir, if we were to detect mussels, we would need to have personnel on the ground to inspect boats leaving the reservoir. We would have to construct several check stations in which to do these inspections. Each of these check stations would require a number of components, including a supply of fresh water to decontaminate boats, decontamination units, office trailers, campers, and a number of other items. To sum up the price tag estimates for Wyoming alone on Flaming Gorge Reservoir, we're looking at a $2 million price tag in the first year, which includes the infrastructure cost to set up the check stations, and then $1 million per year operations thereafter. And that would mainly involve salaries for the personnel to do the inspections. Kind of breaking it up into the short-term and long-term components of this plan. In years 1 and 2, we would have to do a closure on all shore launching. A number of folks prefer to not launch at the ramps, but just to back down from a 2-track at the shoreline. We'd have to prohibit that. We'd also have to close the Brenniger's Ferry and Upper Marsh Creek boat ramps. And what this would do, it would funnel all the boater traffic to 3 ramps: Firehole, Buckboard Crossing, and Anvil Draw. We would be setting up check stations at each of these ramps. These would be the short-term check stations, and inspecting all boats leaving the reservoir. As I mentioned, we would require exit inspections of all watercraft. We've kind of laid out in the plan the special situations where we would move to decontamination as well. We would probably move, as far as decontaminations go, we would probably move to at least motor flushes sooner than other types of decontamination. Our main goal would just be to make sure these boats are clean and dried out, or at least able to dry out. But there might be some situations where we want to flush a motor or something like that. When we get into the higher levels, like infested status, we'll probably at some level be decontaminating all boats leaving the reservoir. Also in the first year or two, we'll begin building strategic highway check stations that we'll use in the future to intercept all boaters. So moving on to years 2+, on the map here you can see red dots with X's in them. Those are the locations of these roadside check stations. Once we have these, we've strategically picked these locations so they should intercept all boats leaving Flaming Gorge Reservoir. In Wyoming, they would be on Highway 414 near Mountain View. We'd have one south of Green River on Highway 530. And one on Highway 191 at the road into Firehole Canyon. We've also planned on building one at County Road 70 near Dutch John to intercept traffic potentially coming from Colorado. Utah would similarly build a check station just north of Vernal, Utah, to intercept all boats coming from Utah to the south. once these check stations are operational, we'd reopen the closed ramps and allow shore launching once again, with the expectation that we would see all these boats at these check stations once they were leaving. In addition, we have a lot of interest in instituting a local boater program. Several other states have instituted such programs. And what a local boater program would basically allow is if a boater was only using Flaming Gorge Reservoir, it would expedite their inspection process. However, if they were to go into any other water and launch their boat, they would have to undergo a full inspection and possibly decontamination. To kind of sum up what the plan would mean to boaters, as I mentioned, we'd have some closures, those 2 boat ramps, and the closure to shore launching. We'd also require these exit inspections and possible decontaminations, and what this would mainly mean is lines, wait times, and inspection times that will increase. We have several boaters that are already not real happy about the inspections we do at the state line. But our goal here would be to provide the public service necessary to get these inspections done and get people on their way. It's interesting to point out, it's good to point out that the plan also involves a section on various agreements and permits that are necessary, that will be necessary to institute the plan. Many of these are not in place yet, but there's an expectation that once this plan is approved, we'll work towards this. One example would be an MOU and possible MOA between Utah, Wyoming, and the U.S. Forest Service. We would prefer that this be completed prior to detection. And what an MOU could do is really line out the responsibilities of the various agencies, so we don't have to spend a lot of time at the drawing board once we get that initial detection, and we can just get boots on the ground. We would probably line out various closure orders. The Forest Service would probably have they have the authority to close the boat ramps and close the reservoir to shore launching, and it would probably be the easiest route to achieve these closures. They would also line out where these temporary check stations would be, and talk about the installation of any signs on Forest Service land and any other issues that would come up in the formulation of these MOUs. We also talked about putting together an MOA that would help with transferring of funds and resources between the 3 agencies. From what I understand, there's currently a statewide MOA between Utah Division of Wildlife Resources and Ashley, and I think we may have an agreement with the Forest Service as well, but there's no mechanism for a 3-way exchange right now. MOUs may also need to be worked out with counties and other agencies as needed. Some of the required permits that are mentioned in the plan, we would need to do NEPA on any inspection stations that would be constructed on federal land. These would include the Highway 414 and County Road 70 stations that are on BLM land. Utah also has one on BLM land. We'd also probably need BLM permits for placing signs to change up the check station at Anvil Draw, and to also place signs on BLM lands. And we would also need permits for highway encroachment to build these roadside check stations. And there also might be some changes we need to do to regulation, probably not statute. Currently, our AIS regulation and statute is focused on keeping these critters out, and there could be some slight changes, at least to regulation, that we would want to do to shore up our ability to intercept boaters leaving a positive water in Wyoming. We probably have the authority to do, we definitely have the authority to do closures on Wyoming Game and Fish Commission owned and managed lands and waters, but there's a little bit of question about what our authorities, at least long-term, are on waters that are managed by other agencies or owned by other agencies. And finally, we might need to look at some slight changes to regulation to make the local boater program possible. So a little bit about the outreach we've just completed on the Flaming Gorge Plan. This was a web-based outreach effort we launched on February 11th, and the survey closed on March 1st. There was a web page that folks could go to. All the public outreach efforts focused people on this particular web page, where there was a copy of the draft plan. There was a 2-page summary of the plan, as well as a short survey. We put out a number of press releases, and there were also videos that were put out on YouTube, as well as local television affiliates. The web-based survey consisted of 2 short educational videos that kind of introduced the topic to the folks taking the survey. The first section of the survey focused on demographics, where are you from, how often do you go to the reservoir, things of that nature. And the second portion focused on questions specific to the rapid response plan for Flaming Gorge. Short summary of results. We had 60 respondents total. About half of them were from Wyoming. Most others were from Utah, but we also had responses from Colorado, California, Idaho, and Texas. Respondent types, we had a number of categories folks could choose from. Virtually all of them were boaters, anglers, or other recreationists. There were 3 business owners near Flaming Gorge and 4 who listed themselves as other types. The vast majority of them either used Flaming Gorge in the last 2 years, and 98% of them plan to return in the near future. We were interested in knowing what other waters folks used in addition to Flaming Gorge, and 27 of the in Wyoming of respondents listed that they used 27 other waters within Wyoming, or 27 respondents used. There were 55 other waters that respondents listed that they used. 27 were Wyoming waters, 16 in Utah, and a few from Colorado, California, and Idaho. The top 5 waters that those respondents had used, in addition to Flaming Gorge, included Fontenelle, Glendo, Lake Powell, which is highlighted in red because that's that's one of the top 5 that is also infested with quagga mussels currently, and we consider it one of the biggest threats to Wyoming. But we also had folks using Vivanatin and a few people using other waters like Yellowstone Lake, Fremont Lake, and Jackson Lake. 95% of the respondents said they have stopped at AIS check stations. 82% felt they were very familiar with AIS, and 18% felt they were somewhat familiar. So at least some familiarity by all with aquatic invasive species. Getting to the plan-specific questions, if ARS are found in Flaming Gorge Reservoir, would you still be interested in boating, fishing, or recreating there? 87% said yes, they would still go. If you are a boater, how would watercraft inspections upon leaving Flaming Gorge Reservoir impact your desire to recreate there? 75% said they would still boat there. 15%, I would not boat as often at Flaming Gorge. And then 6.7 said they would stop boating at Flaming Gorge. If you are a boater, how would restricted shore launching at Flaming Gorge impact your desire to recreate there? 63% would still boat there. 18% would not boat as often. And 15% would stop boating. So seems like there's a lot of interest in that shore launching compared to boating in general. The final question we asked, after reviewing the Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan, how would you rate Game and Fish's plan to respond to detection of AIS? Half the respondents said it was good, whereas about a quarter said great. We had 20% saying the plan was okay, and about 7% saying it was poor. So the way I look at it is about 73% of the folks felt it was either good or great. Quick summary then of the survey results. First thing it showed us is the public is quite aware of aquatic invasive species. Once we started delving into the written responses, one thing that we noticed is they might not all be aware of our prevention efforts. Many of the respondents felt we should be doing a lot of these things now. A lot of them had statements that led us to the conclusion that they probably hadn't seen our check stations and they don't necessarily see the efforts we're doing. I would say that a lot of those are residents that don't go through ports of entry and they're not seeing the inspections. But maybe that means we need to get a little more out there for folks to know the efforts we're doing to keep things out. Most of the boaters said they would still boat at Flaming Gorge. And we saw that most people were fine with the inspections and they would be okay with getting inspected and they would still boat there. I guess a lesser percentage of them were okay with doing away with shore launching. So they like their freedom to put their boat wherever they want. There was strong support also for the local boater program, and that came up in a lot of the written comments as well. And that's something we should definitely consider. Not only would that be a benefit to the boaters, it would also cut down on the manpower costs for us to inspect boats leaving the water. And the majority, as I mentioned, think the plan is either good or great. So to kind of sum things up, this rapid response plan was a multi-year collaborative process. It's been vetted with the public and with partners. This plan has, through our public outreach process, we were able to reach out to the public. Rob Keith in Green River has also reached out to some of the concessionaires around the reservoir. Utah Division of Wildlife Resources is currently in the process of contacting and possibly having a meeting with all the concessionaires on the reservoir that have permits through the Forest Service. And all 4 agencies have weighed in thus far on the plan. It's essentially ready for signatures by all 4 agencies. I would say that we've gotten responses. We got response from actually National Forest. They probably had the longest list of concerns, and we sorted those out with them. If there was going to be a change based on their response, it would be simply to put in a provision that boats that were moored on the reservoir, concessionaire boats, that those boats, the permittees could use those boats after an initial detection if they're already on the water. That's something we're willing to go along with. Utah and Wyoming, at least, in our discussions, felt that that was not really an issue. If you delve into the specifics, it's probably not necessary because the plan deals with boats leaving the reservoir and does in no way impacts boats that are currently on the reservoir. But they have an interest in having that in the plan. So we're planning on crafting a sentence or two to deal with that. We also got some feedback from the Bureau of Reclamation, and pretty much the only changes we'll make on their behalf is they looked at the language. There's some language in the introductory materials about ownership of various parts of the reservoir, the dam, the waters around it, and administration. And they made sure all that was correct. So there'll be some slight changes to some of that wording. But really no major changes have been requested by any of the agencies. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Very nice. Any questions? Looks like a big project. Any comments or questions?
Just one, Mr. President. Go ahead, ma'am.
I was just curious. You said there was a few people said they didn't like your plan. Did they have any suggestions?
Not really.
Huh. That's unusual. Thank you.
Mr. Brokaw.
Take questions back here about this plan too or not?
I will in a second. Sure. Commissioner Brokaw.
It's estimated that in implementing the rapid response plan, $2 million that first year on startup, then $1 million annually. Is that just Wyoming's funding, or would Utah reciprocate some of that, share some of that cost with us?
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that is the price tag for operating the Wyoming check stations. Utah would be responsible for their check station north of Vernal. And as I mentioned, that mainly involves personnel costs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roberts.
Could it be that with the shore launchers that maybe because of the concessionaires, doesn't charge a fee for the parking and stuff, and maybe they don't for launching the boat? I was just curious whether, because it costs you money to get in there, right? On, let's say on the Utah side. So I'm wondering if they would they answered the ones at the shore would be because of they launch from the shore to avoid the fee part that we're going, whether or not that maybe that's some of the reasons that the shore launchers were more vocal on that.
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I am not fully aware of the costs to launch on Flaming Gorge Reservoir. I know that some of the ramps, some of the federal ramps, they don't have a specific fee for launching. I'm not sure about Buckboard and whether they charge a fee. That could be an issue. That very well could be a reason why they like to shore launch. Another thing I have discussed with the team is a lot of people with non-motorized watercraft prefer to be able to launch wherever they want so they don't have to paddle 5 miles to camp or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think that they charge for to launch at the boat ramps, but a lot of folks, I mean, the way that the terrain is around Flaming Gorge, especially Flaming Gorge, this happens at other reservoirs as well, but it's just very flat terrain. It's pretty solid. And so people like to camp and put in their boats at the same exact spot that they're camping. and it's pretty accessible to do that, especially on the west side. But there's opportunities on the east side as well. And I think where Kevin was going is that creates a real issue when you're trying to bring everybody out through 3 specific points to make sure that we can inspect the boats. You know, if they're shore launching, we can't really do that as effectively, especially on the east side of the reservoir.
I was just thinking for some reason I had to say I can't remember.
I think there's a daily fee charged by Ashley National Forest to like an entrance fee, but it's not necessarily a boat ramp fee.
Oh, it is if you have to put your boat in their parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you want to park.
But if you were to go to and launch from the shore,
oh yeah,
there wouldn't be a fee, but there is an entry fee per day to be in the forest.
And shore launching is more of a Wyoming specific thing. Given the terrain in the canyon in Utah, shore launching is not very common. Antelope Flats on the east side in Utah is really the only place they see shore launching in Utah.
Any more comments by the commission? Megan, is there any public comments? Sir, did you want to address the commission? Did you want to? Yes?
Hello, my name is Will Dornan. I operate an outfitting and also sell a lot of AIS stickers and deal with the public a lot when these people are coming to into these areas, whether it's Flaming Gorge, whether it's any of the waterways in Wyoming. And I may have missed it before it was mentioned, but in this, was it dealt with the cleaning stations and stuff that we can make available to the public? Most everybody that I've met I'm face to face with the millions of people that are coming through the different entrances in Yellowstone and here in Jackson, and whether they're coming here, they're coming from Utah, or they're coming from anywhere. Being able to clean their equipment and their stuff, and also they'll come through after hours as well. I don't know if that was dealt with. And I know you're dealing with a lot of different agencies that have to come together to make all this stuff work. But most boaters, given the opportunity to clean their equipment, clean their boats, and I know it takes AIS, a lot of the zebra mussels and things take heat, you need hot water and stuff like that. I just wonder if that's part of all this, where we're making it available to the millions of people that come to our state, to give them the opportunity to clean something as opposed to just selling them tickets or stickers and things like that. So it's just something from my end I see, and a conversation coming through my place.
Do you have any response to that, or are you asking more of AIS in general or specifically Flaming Gorge?
Well, whether it's Flaming Gorge or whether it's the Snake River, whether it's Jackson Lake, whether it's any of it, the bottom line comes down to being able to clean and take care of this problem. That's my question. So if it's Flaming Gorge specifically, but it's the whole system.
Kevin?
Commissioner Doobie, members of the commission. I guess I would say that we do offer, first of all, we're currently offering those services to anybody coming into the state. And we have not had a focus on cleaning boats moving within the state of Wyoming because we don't have the invasive mussels in Wyoming at this time. Although we do have initiatives we're starting for other AIS, such as New Zealand mud snails in the southeast corner of the state, where we're establishing boot cleaning stations where folks can clean their waders between switching waters. Now, I just want to mention that the focus will shift considerably if we get them in a water, if we get invasive mussels in a water like Flaming Gorge Reservoir. And those costs that I mentioned and the establishment of these check stations, we would actually be cleaning the boats as they leave the water. If they're not clean and dry, we would make them clean and dry. And that's what most of those costs are associated with.
I would add, Mr. President, the prevention effort itself, the physical inspection and decontamination of boats is a separate issue from the sticker. The sticker, purchase of the sticker is intended to fund the program, to have the user, it's a user fee, to have the user pay, and it doesn't pay for the entire program, it pays for a little over half, to pay to have those inspection stations out across the state, to administer the program, to train people, to train the public. We train the public to inspect boats. And then the efforts out on the ground that this gentleman was talking about are really kind of that's separate from the sticker. We look at them two different ways. A lot of folks think, well, if I get a sticker, that means I got my boat inspected. That's not the case.
I think that kind of speaks to what I was saying about some of the confusion we might have identified in the public outreach process. Whereas in that folks within the state of Wyoming are not as aware of the inspection stations and the decontaminations that we do daily on boats coming into the state, such as at Evanston on I-80 is the station where we do the most of those inspections and decontaminations. If somebody's just using their boat within the state of Wyoming, the odds of them running into a check station and actually seeing what we're doing is pretty slim. We do have rovers that go to various waters. We do have a couple waters like Glendo where people actually get inspected when they show up at the reservoir. But those instances are rare.
Any other comments?
You have one or a couple more here, Mr. President. So, first of all, I'll tell you that this crew did a heck of a job of putting a lot of thought, a lot of analysis in a very professional way into really doing a whole lot of work and putting together a plan that they hope they never implement. They hope that it's for naught at the end of the day. And so, you know what, that's not an easy thing for professionals like our entire fish division to have to take on. So I really applaud them for their efforts. The other thing I would encourage is that, we've got more of these plans. We have more reservoirs around the state, and I hope the public will pay attention because there are places where this will certainly impact local communities if we ever have an infestation. The one that really comes to mind, is Glendo. There's the town economy in the summer is built around people coming to that lake. And so we're really hopeful that we get feedback. We want to make this a community effort to make sure we're addressing as many concerns as we can at the same time that we prevent these things from coming into our state and then dealing with it if they ever do.
Is this also an interim subject for the TRW committee as well?
It will be,
AIS
yes.
as a whole, or is it also including possible additional funding sources? Since right now the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and sportsmen's dollars and voters' dollars are paying for the whole freight.
Yeah. So the intent during the interim is to have a discussion, a more detailed discussion with the public and the committee about an AIS insurance policy is what I call it, to where the state has a set aside amount of money that is devoted to and at the discretion of the governor can be used to pay for the costs that Kevin just outlined if we have to implement a rapid response plan. And again, I feel strongly that that responsibility should be borne on all citizens of the state because water affects all citizens of the state, not just people that are recreational boaters. So, and there's interest from the legislature in having that discussion.
Well, and I think we're concentrating on boating and fishing and angling, but water districts, municipalities, the way they clog up pipes and infest those areas. I mean, it's going to cost a whole lot more people, a lot more money than boaters and anglers. So, any more comments? I would entertain a motion to approve the Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan.
I would make the motion for the commission to approve the Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Roberts, second by Commissioner Byrd to approve the Game and Fish Flaming Gorge Rapid Response Plan. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much, Kevin. I think we'll try to end on prairie dogs. Mr. Brimar, I'm sorry I confused you the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. This next agenda item is the, regarding the prairie dog translocation, but it's not as much about prairie dogs as it is about mountain plovers. And mountain plovers is a medium-sized ground bird. It's about a little bit smaller than a robin, and they rely on prairie dog burrows and prairie dog habitats for their, kind of their distribution. And they're in the Intermountain West, Montana, Wyoming, and into Colorado. And so because they often nest in prairie dog towns, when coal mines come in, there's a real potential for disruption of habitat. And so in 2002, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was, in the late 90s, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was petitioned to list the mountain plover. And then in 2003, they withdrew that listing, but then they reinstated it again in 2010. And in 2011, they determined that the listing was not warranted, and so the bird's not threatened. But during that time, they recommended that the Navajo Transitional Energy Company reclaim 160 acres of mountain plover habitat that was lost to mining. And this would be the Antelope Mine south of Gillette. So in that 160 acres, the mining company came to the commission and asked for permission to translocate prairie dogs around 2002 through today. And so they've been doing some translocations, and the commission gave them permission to relocate prairie dogs over time. And so they're coming back to us again at this point to ask for another permit to translocate prairie dogs over the next 5-year period from now until 2024. And they would like to translocate 20 prairie dogs per year during that time. And the source of the area would be their own property of the Antelope Mine south of Gillette. And so we're asking that the commission approve that permit to allow them to translocate prairie dogs. And when they do that, once they translocate and the prairie dogs start making burrows and disturb the soil, the mountain plovers actually increase, and they're hoping that they'll start to see an increase of plovers over time in that area where they translocate prairie dogs. And they've seen that in the past, but with a plague outbreak and with COVID last year, they did not move any prairie dogs, and so they'd like to get back into it now. So, and then the Fish and Wildlife Service will be doing a species assessment on plovers in the next year, and so they'd like to help have more birds on the ground by having appropriate habitat for those plovers.
Only wants 20?
20 per year.
How about I supply them 20 per day?
Yeah, I just say, come on, 20? That's nothing.
And this would be this is basically a renewal of their permit, and they would just like to move forward so they can have something in place for this later this summer and this fall to do the translocations.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Anyone in the room? Any comments from the commissioner?
Where are they going to get them? I guess I don't remember where they.
Within, Mr. President and Commissioner Byrd, they would like to take prairie dogs from within their mine permit area and their own properties and put them into the mitigation site. So
One pasture to another.
Pardon?
One pasture to another.
Okay, gotcha.
I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to approve the translocation of prairie dogs. To what?
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you very much. Did you want to? Okay.
Hey, so before we wrap up, and we will be doing public comment, I know we've got at least one commenter here for the end of the day for the call to the public. I did want to take a quick opportunity to recognize Administrative Professionals Day. We have a lot of great folks around the agency that help us on a daily basis complete a lot of the administrative tasks and make a lot of the leaders across the department look really good and do really good things. You know, here in the room today, I want to thank Megan and Sherry. They do that work for us up in the director's office. And I mean, if you want to talk about some dedication, imagine that Sherry has to deal with John every single day. And you want to talk about a challenge. That speaks highly of Sherry's ability to persevere through adversity and to be very, very dedicated to the department. But on a serious note, these ladies here today and all of those across the department do great things for us all every day. And a lot of times they go unnoticed and unrecognized, but my hat's off on behalf of myself and the leadership team and of course the commission. Want to say thanks to all of them.
We give them a round of applause. Call to the public. We have Mr. Kura. Do we have those? Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
President Dewey, commissioners, and General Nesvik. Oh, wait a minute. That's my Army thing coming in. He's not a general in here this morning or this afternoon. Director Nesvik. I'm Dan Kura, and I have an organization, a nonprofit organization here in Wyoming, and we've been doing this for 9 years. We take disabled veterans hunting using the donated license program that the Game and Fish is so gracious to offer and help us with. We do about 250 hunts a year, and very therapeutic for the veterans and for the lucky volunteers to get to take them. Now, there's a pamphlet or there's a package coming around for each one of you. There's some things in there I'm going to visit about. I know you're in a hurry to get out of here, as a lot of people are. I'm not going to talk about everything in this slide, I guarantee. But I do want to talk about the commissioner tags. Thank you. There's some organizations around this state that are trying to get the legislature to readdress the commissioner tax. And I have a pretty good feel that if it happens, it's not going to be pretty for the tax. Some of those organizations, I think you probably had a couple of them speak today about the one-shot antelope hunt. One of the things that one of those fellows recommends on their webpage is that money generated by the sale and auction raffle of Wyoming commissioner license belongs to the state of Wyoming, and that the commissioner complimentary license system should be eliminated completely. As a nonprofit, thank you very much for the commissioners that we've been lucky enough to get some of those tags. But there are also some organizations that are concerned about the tags, and kind of put together, after visiting with some of those organizations, 2 recommendations. And they're listed on this first page of our thing. And I'll get to that in a minute. I've also included in here the state statute. You've probably all read it. And it's a nonprofit charitable organization. And that's in the statute. And then the Game and Fish has a definition that it means an organization which engages in activities providing the general public with the benefits designed to aid in educational, moral, physical, conservation, and social improvement, and which is not established for profit. There's also a listing of nonprofits, and I'll talk about those for a second, that are associated with hunting, fishing, and conservation, and that have received tags in the past. And I think, in fact, all 28 might have received tags in the between 2019 and 2021. I have some asterisks by some of those. I have visited with all those folks, and they are all concerned about the tags, and they are in agreement with the proposal we're going to make about 2 tags per nonprofit per year. I did a little research. In the last 3 years, there's been 3 nonprofits that have received more than 2 in any given year. In 2019, one organization got 11 tags. 2021 organization got 8 tags. And in 2021, one got 8 tags. 2 of them got 3 each. The concern of most of these folks on that list is the tags that were given to the one organization that got 11 one year, 8 one year, and 8 another year. And I don't know that that's the right thing to do. I think as some of the legislators look at things like this, they're going to say what's going on at the Game and Fish. So we would like to have you bounce that around about 2 tags per year per nonprofit, and at some point in time, maybe try to get it written into your regulations. That's our first thing. The second thing is, and you guys are impacted by this right now, nonprofit charitable organizations. There's some question at times about, are they really nonprofits? And I think you guys have litigation about one of those right now. I do know that looking back across some of the tags that have been given in the past, I know that some have passed that aren't nonprofit organizations. And the one I came up with, Casper Downtown Development Authority, got a tag. I don't think they're a nonprofit. I'm pretty sure they're not. Also, one of the concerns that we looked at was that the tags should go to Wyoming nonprofits. And I know that there's quite a few nonprofits that have gotten tags that are not Wyoming nonprofits. The one example I grabbed quickly was the NRA. So in your packet, I have listed a letter from the Game and Fish that folks get from that are awarded commission tags. And it tells you what you need to do. And one of the things that if you're awarded a tag, you have to fill out an affidavit. And the affidavit is in this packet too. And it says that you are, in fact, a nonprofit as per the statute. So anybody that gets a nonprofit tag or gets one of those tags has to fill out one of these affidavits, and that's a good thing. If what we're trying to do, I think, on those is get all of the nonprofits that apply for license, apply with the commissioners to be registered with the state of Wyoming. And in that registration, it's fairly easy to pull a sheet that says that you are a Wyoming nonprofit, that you are a domestic, and you're active, and you're in good standing. There's some of the tags that have probably gone to nonprofits that are registered that aren't active or certainly aren't domestic and in good standing. And so the last sheet in there is a sheet that we could attach as applicants with the affidavit that shows that we get that sheet from the Secretary of State's office. Easy to get, and as you can see, I pulled one down for the wardens, so anybody can get that. Anybody can look at that and pull that down. So those are the things that I think that if you apply and get a tag and submit an affidavit, that you could submit that sheet from the Secretary of State's office. I'd like for you guys to bounce that around, and maybe at some point in time think about getting that into your regulations before the next session of the legislature. I think that might give you a little more ammo when they come after your commissioner tax. If anybody has any questions, I certainly.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan? Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the packets. Any other comments? Call the public. How come I knew that was going to happen? Josh?
I knew this day was coming. President Doobie, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, there's no denying that the reference that was just made by Dan was specific to our organization, the Muley Fanatic Foundation. And I think it's important that I have this opportunity to clarify something here for you. In the reference to the 11 tags, as I presented to you yesterday, I know folks are watching this as well, and so maybe they're not privy to what you were seeing yesterday. And so those 11 tags, while under the umbrella of the Muley Fanatic Foundation, they were, again, as we requested, to be specifically earmarked for projects. And so while they were facilitated and the sale of those were done through our organization, those 11 tags include the Monteith Shop for the Deer Project, the National Bighorn Sheep Center for the Bighorn Sheep Study, the Wyoming Range Mule Deer Project, the Monteith Shop, and the Cowboy Joe Club. Those were given to a different organization, but under the umbrella of us. So on the surface, it does appear that they were given to us. The other ones that are making up those 11 include one that was given by Commissioner Schmidt to the Upper Green chapter, one that was given by a previous commissioner to the Northeast chapter out of Sundance, one that was given to the Southeast chapter in Cheyenne, and those chapters, they spend those dollars through an all-volunteer project committee in their backyard. The two that were given to the Muley Fanatic Foundation headquarters, one was given by Commissioner Doobie for the 10 Hunter Ed Instructor Firearms and to support the Youth Expo, and then the other one was given by Commissioner Crank for our sponsor membership. So while it appears that there is maybe some overwhelming number of tags that are being given to our organization, the fact of the matter is that is not the case. The Monteith Shop, the Bighorn Sheep Center, the Wyoming Migration Initiative, they are not in a position to accept these tags, but these have been earmarked specific to those projects, and we have just facilitated the sale for that revenue to be generated on those specific causes. I just thought that was worth clarifying to you and those that are listening, because I would hate for someone to draw the conclusion that you have found us to be some pet project of yours. We are not. With that, I'd stand for any questions if anybody had any.
Any questions for Mr. Corsi? Nope. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Gilliland?
President Doobie, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, I would like to speak a little bit and clear the record about something that was spoken about on Chapter 2 this morning. I wanted to wait till this afternoon, but this discussion about leftover antelope licenses and how that draw is held, it was made, the individual that testified said that that has never been taken up by the commission, and that's not accurate. Last year, the commission looked at that very issue at their July meeting. Jennifer Doring, our licensed section manager, did an incredible job with her presentation on that last year. Several of us showed up to testify. The NGOs showed up to testify. I think it took about 2 hours of the commission's time, and it was very well covered. But I'd also like to point out that that individual that made that comment this morning did not show up. He's the one who raised the issue, and then he failed to show up in Rollins last year in July to testify on that subject. So I just want to say that the record needs to be straight on that. That subject has been covered by the commission in depth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? Thank you. Anyone else? Sir?
Commissioners, my name is Will Dornan. I wanted to bring up something about the hunter education that we have in Wyoming. It's been very, very difficult in Teton County to get hunter education for the kids. And it has to do with perhaps not having enough instructors, not having the ability for people. I don't know how instructors are taught. I don't know the venue to get. There's lots of our next generation of hunters and people who are out in the field are the kids. And it's just been, especially in the last 2 years with masks and such. But in the education area, when you go into the game and fish, there's classes throughout different counties. I'm not exactly sure how people are trained or if there's other people, volunteers that want to learn, but perhaps this could be expanded because we're leaving behind a generation of kids that need that, and we need to make it more accessible. And I don't know. When I call our game and fish office, they're very kind and saying, well, when stuff shows up on the list, then you can go. And I may have to travel to Cody to go get one. But I have a whole pile of kids that need it. I think it's kind of integral to the whole game and fish.
Absolutely.
Hunting
Maybe we
thing,
can
so.
put you in touch with our.
But we have a void there.
State instructor.
And Mr. President, I can address that to an extent too. So I really appreciate your comment. And this is something we've heard not only here, but we've heard it around the state. And our cadre of hunter ed instructors are almost entirely volunteers. We have a few that are department employees, but for the most part, they're volunteers from all over the state. We do have a process. There's some requirements that folks have to go through in order to become a certified instructor. But really, that's where the gap is we need more volunteers that are willing to go through. And it's not overwhelmingly difficult. You have to teach under another instructor, like one class. And there's a few requirements that for most folks in Wyoming that hunt and fish here, you'd be able to figure those out. So, but with all that said, your concern is valid, and we've heard that around the state. And I know our communications director is in the back there, Rebecca Fitzgerald, and she hears this all the time as well. And she's been working on with her team, trying to find ways to expand our capacity across the state to take care of hunter ed. And I would encourage you to meet with Rebecca. She's right back there in the corner. She's raising her hand, and she'd be glad to listen to some of your concerns too and help you understand what we've done to this point.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got one.
Commissioner Roberts.
President, and I've been on the commission for a short time, but a lot of what I've heard is we have such an untapped resource with our senior hunters that would be willing to, they've got the time, they want to help, they want to promote, they want to do, but they just feel like they're getting pushed aside to some sort. I'm wondering if there's some way that we could start recruiting them to help, because I believe that they have all of the mechanisms and they have all of the knowledge to make some of these programs, and they'd love to do it. So
Good idea.
Yeah.
Good idea. Any other comments from the public? Megan, anybody online? All right. I would accept the motion to adjourn. We will reconvene tomorrow at 7 as planned, so hopefully we can all get back on the road a little bit quicker. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Ladwig, second by Commissioner Byrd to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
That's fun.